Good evening, everyone. Thank you to all our subscribers. Please, if you have not subscribed and you are joining for the first time, what are you waiting for? Click a subscribe button now and also share this with your loved one. We are here to educate, we are here to enlighten, and we are here to together. So we say thank you for joining us. Without wasting much of our time, let's hear from the first father in the house. Like I've said, please don't mention your name, professional. Take a mic, Papa, Community One.
Yeah, yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you, my coordinator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all the fathers and mothers in the house, and the concerned community, wherever you are joining from. It is a privilege to be speaking today on this topic, which is often a silent and a hidden topic, but it affects a lot of families in the United Kingdom. The parental alienation and the way the system makes it vulnerable in a family dispute. This is often said like the way we see it in UK. UK pride itself on fairness and equity, and their practice concerning the family system often puts men in a disadvantage in special cases that has to do with separation, like when we have to talk about the custody battles and immigration issues whatsoever. In reality, I want us to believe in UK system, men suffers a lot because I will put it to you, when there is a dispute in the family, men are often presumed to be the aggressor, which in most cases is never like that. I will be very fair in my sayings. I'm not saying we don't have men that are aggressive. We do have them, and we have some who are not aggressive. But most families, most women, when they get to the UK, they tend to take advantage of the system to punish the men who are involved. Another factor I want you to consider is these women, they use our children as weapon for us. I can remember sometime last year, early last year, I was talking to the coordinator concerning my concern for my children. He gave me some official advice, which behind him I never stick to them. But today I could tell you people, I regret it, not sticking to his advice. One of his advice is like when there is problem like this, you just have to fight for your mental health. Ignore everything for now, leave it into the hands of God. Which I thought money could help me fight for my children. I had the money, I spent it. But don't forget, all these social workers, all these people that are in charge of us in UK, they don't like us as blacks. When problem comes, we take our problem to them, and they don't like us. What kind of a contribution do you expect them to do? The moment you take your problem to them, the family can never be reunited again because they are also doing their business. You inform CAFCA, they are also doing their business. They will send you letters. They are going to pay for these papers. They are going to pay for printing. They are going to pay their office space. They are going to pay their staffs. So they contribute to spoil your home to make money from you. Another point is most women, in terms of immigration imbalances, most women, because it's either you are a dependent or you are the main applicant. When you happen to be a dependent to the woman, it is a tool in which they use to punish you. They could easily remove your name from the immigration portal and tell the home office the relationship is not working out. And let us look at the impact of this on women. It is greatly affecting our mental health. Mental health in all ramifications, it affects your work, it affects your studies, it affects your daily living, every aspect of life. For instance, I'm a case study. I moved to UK some years back and I was supporting my partner in her education because she was a student to get into UK and I was a dependent. The school fees was approximately £16,500, and we only paid £2,000 before we left in Nigeria. And it was in Nigeria where I was paying all these bills. It was in UK I was paying all the bills. But the moment I finished paying the bills, my woman fell in love with a white man. And a lot of things were going on, which in our own black mentality, some things are not proper. Anything which is not proper is not proper. There is no true English to it. It is not right. And I left my home. It took me 18 months to leave my children because I used to be the one looking after the children, taking them to school, taking them out of school. When she was almost finishing her studies, she got a sponsorship, and it was a domiciliary care where she works every day. She's always allowed for a day off, and she works from 7 to 11. I have to stay back to look after the kids and work at night. But in a nutshell, after paying all her school fees, she felt she doesn't need me no more. And she has always been threatening to kick me out of the home, which I never thought was going to come real. When the frustration becomes too much, because I'm a person that I respect the law, my thinking was no matter what she does to me, I'll continue overlooking. With that, there will be no problem. And I was looking it, enduring, trying to persevere all forms of frustration. And it got to a stage I have to leave home. 5 days after I left home, a lot of things came. Like I received letters from courts. Like my partner said in 2013, far away in Nigeria, I slapped her. And it became a lot of cases that I can't stand. But I want to put it to you, the bigger problem we are facing is that the UK system unintentionally creates a culture where women can misuse protective laws against men. That is point number one. I want you to be, anybody that is noting it, to be noting it. And the second point, which is one of the bigger problems, because after analyzing my experience in UK, I have to do a write-up on the problem, what needs to change, what matters. So this I'm talking about is one of the problems. The second problem is instead of fairness, we see imbalances where men are treated as disposable in their family and on immigration matters. This is not good. There's supposed to be fairness in all they do. The third bigger problem I see is that fathers who want to protect and care for their children are sidelined while the children themselves suffer. Because when there is a broken home, potentially the children are going to suffer. Going through this problem, and on top of it, what really matters in this kind of a situation, what really matters, what is that thing that is really important? One, a child needs both parents, both the father and the mother. The children needs both. A father's love and guidance can never be replaced. You can quote me anywhere over this. The love and guidance a father and the impact a father is going to have over the children is irreplaceable, which a woman can never provide for the kids while growing up. And these kids are made to suffer a huge injury in their heart while they grow. The last problem I want to talk about, because I don't want to take our time, is that when I talk about fathers who want to really care for their children are being sidelined, because most of these women want freedom to do whatever thing they want, freedom to take charge, just because they want to exploit the UK government. They tend to take you to court and need you a non-molestation order and a non-occupational order for you. The UK system is here to discover that these women exploit them by obtaining those documents so that they can completely chase the man away from his responsibility. These are not fair. So, in my write-up, what I see that really needs to change, I was talking about 5 cogent points which I feel really needs to change, and which I believe our coordinator, God will really help them, give them the wisdom and ways to go about this. What really needs to change? The first point, which I'll really talk about, is that there should be a fair investigation of claims. It is not all these allegations should be accepted to face value without evidence. There should be proper investigation into these claims. The second factor I'll be talking about is that there should be equal parenting rights. The court must ensure the children have meaningful relationship with both parents. It's not like following what the woman has said, a wrong allegation, just to have her way, and deprive the kids of their rights to their father. This is not right. The third point I want to discuss is the immigration reform. I feel at this point, dependent partners should not be destroyed by sponsorship withdrawal. This is not right. Everybody should be treated fair and accordingly. A family of five, father, mother, and children have come to England, and the woman becomes promiscuous, and because she's the sole owner of the sponsorship, and she can easily call the home office to kick the man away, and the home office will not even make any investigation and kick the man out of the sponsorship and chase him back to Nigeria, where he has sold all his belongings to come to UK and leave the woman who was at fault. But she has been very much clever enough to exploit the UK government. That is not fair. And what must also change is there should be a public awareness. The society must be enlightened, and they must stop assuming men are always the aggressor and start seeing them as equal parents. I believe you people are getting me. When the society sees the father and the mother as equal parents, there will be no need for the woman to have to stay with the kids alone, whereby the man is being deprived of his paternal responsibility, of his paternal responsibility over this kind of a situation. I wouldn't really want to talk much, and I want to round up my discussion so that I wouldn't take you people's time. To round it up and in conclusion, my fellow brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers in the house, I want you to know parental alienation is a form of abuse, and it is a tool. It is a tool which is an abuse that is used against fathers and even more against the children. I hope the UK will do better to protect the family bonds, to create a fairness, and to ensure that being a man is not a vulnerability, but a responsibility that is respected. This is my contribution to the topic. Thank you, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you
Oh,
very much.
all right, over to
Boomite,
you, coordinator.
yeah, I'll bring Boomite up. Today is to be less of me talking. It is people, the community that want to hear from them, and especially professionals. We want to hear from professionals. Is it true that sometimes it's been biased when one person reports or one person make so professional get involved? Are they listening to both party? Are they listening to both parents? What has been the situation? Boomite, you need to come up if you want to talk. Oh, Boomite, accept and come up. Peace. Anybody already? Peace, love. Do you want to contribute? Engrave, do you want to contribute? Mothers, you need to talk. Oh, you hear from father now. What can you say from what you have heard from him? Let this thing be engaging. Let it be engaging. We need people to. We have announced this topic for a while now, so we want people to involve. We don't want people to just say, "I'm here, I'm learning." No, come and share your experience. Can you take us through the court journey? when
Yes, sir.
we advise you to look after your mental health, but you went to go and meet
Yeah.
lawyers. Can you tell us more?
Yeah.
And you make
Yeah.
application. Tell us more. And
Yeah.
the way as the involvement of CAFCAs. Tell us more about this.
Okay. Yeah.
You might is not coming up.
When I left home 5 days after,
Why did
I
you left
received.
home? What are the things you see? What are the things you see
Yeah,
that make you to left
because
home?
my woman was having sexual intercourse with different white men in their vehicles downstairs in our house. And most of the time when I'm coming, when I see this, I just go into my room. I'll be unable to put on my lights. I'll be watching them. And this thing goes happening for like 18 months. And the level of frustration I was going through from her, because she was always trying to create a domestic violence. You know, when a woman is trying to create a trouble, expecting the man to respond, and I didn't respond, I was enduring it. When I felt this thing was becoming too much for me, I left home for my sanity. So it was 5 days after I left home that I saw a message from the court that they were giving me non-molestation order and a non-occupational order. This order is the tool that women use to chase their husband from home. But in my situation, I left home. I never knew she was planning this. It was after I left home, I had this. And I spoke to the coordinator. They told me to look after my mental health. I should just be looking what they are up to. But I never listened. I went to the court proceedings. Eventually, the court strike out the case because the woman cannot produce evidence of taking me to court or evidence of any police involvement in Nigeria in 2018 that I slapped her. So the case was totally struck out. But I wasn't privileged to be seeing my children. So I went through the internet to see ways in which I can make my children happy because the children are always calling me. Several men are 3 days after I left home. All these men started sleeping in my room with my woman. And the children will call me, they will message me. I have proof of all these things I'm saying that daddy, the man is in our house. I said you are in England. That is what England takes. England will destroy you completely. I regret coming to England in a nutshell. So after that, I checked through the internet. I discovered this organization that is called CAFCA. What really pushed me to them was what I read on the adverts. The sole aim of the organization, which they said they were so much concerned about the interests of the children, but it was a total failure of an organization because I contacted them, give them all the information, everything that happened, and they contacted the woman. And by the time they get back to me, they were supporting the woman. I started telling people the experience I was going through, and people told me it is a waste of time going to Kafka because they are also doing their own business and they want to make money. That even if the home is to be settled later on, the involvement of Kafka will never make the home settled and it's going to set the home apart because they are doing their own business. I never thought of it. Then it took me a whole lot of time chasing the children's issue, and it got to a stage they made a whole lot of negative allegations against me when the Kafka do their own assessment. They were so much concerned about supporting my woman, and they took it to the judge. And on that day, when they had the sitting, the judge said all the allegations they have written against me were totally nullified. They said to me they did not allow me to see my children, and I keep seeing my son. And they just said they said I have been domestically abused, and I've been seeing my son. I have not been able to harm my son. So they should not write anything that will violate they should not write anything that will violate me, my son. That should go and write the write up and include it. I should be seeing my son. So when I saw that, I wasn't even in a shared apartment when I live in. Then I have to because I know they will not allow me to see my children if I live in a shared apartment. So I was guiding everything that could be disturbing. So I have to go and get a two-bedroom flat somewhere in Holbeck. I got the two-bedroom flat. I informed the Kafkas. The day they said they were coming to visit me in my house, they didn't come. I keep contacting the caseworker involved. I keep her name. They didn't come. And someday during February, early this year, I did a night shift and I was cycling. Then I found my son somewhere around Holbeck. my first son who is in college. Then I was like, what are you still doing? As I tried dodging my son, and he called me, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. When I heard my son's voice, I couldn't but to answer him. When I saw him, what are you still doing here? By this time of the year, you're supposed to be in school. And he told me in the past 6 months, he has been the one taking his junior ones to school. When I was living at home, they never allowed this my son to take his junior ones to school. The parents must take them and take them away from school. But when I was not at home, they allowed the mother to allow the boy to take his junior ones to school. Those are the unfairness in the behaviors of the UK system. So when this happened, I said, oh, this my bike. She said her mother went to night party and she didn't come. It was a Sunday and it was a Monday morning. She didn't come. So taking his brothers to school made him go to school late. I said, if I give you this my bicycle, it will make you go to school on time, even if you have to take your brothers. And the boy collected the bike. And 3 days after, the social worker involved called me. I was so anxious to receive a call that I've collected the house in January, expecting you people to come and build the house so that I can be seeing my children. Then she said to me, she's calling because I violated the law. The law told me not to see my children. And I saw my children. I said to her, I didn't go looking for my son. I ran into him. I said, yeah, I ran into him and he called me. I would never want to do what will not make my son to forgive me in the whole world. How will my son call me, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy? And I would not answer him. He said I violated the law, that in that case, they have done the assessment that would be right to court that the mother said, because I saw my son, he doesn't want me to be seeing my children. And in that case, that's what they write to court. And when they write to court, they said to me, he came back to me that the court said they will make an arrangement for me to be seeing my children, that I will be coming to CAFCA's office. They will bring my children there. I will be seeing them between the hours of 9 and 5. And I'll even be paying per hour. So when I felt all these problems were becoming too much because I was getting depressed every day over this thing. Not even seeing my children was even killing me. Then I felt it is not by force to get a British passport. It is not by force to become a Britain citizen. And when all the problems I was facing was too much for me, I discovered all they were doing was supporting the woman, giving them preferential treatment over men, and I'm not in a position to even compete with them. Then I was like, I took to my feet. I left the UK voluntarily because there has been agitation of her removing me from the visa. The Home Office has not really contacted me, but I've seen cases where Home Office did not contact people, and when other people got sponsorship, they discover on their UK portal that Home Office has curtailed their visa, their application for a long time, which puts them into a lot of trouble. So before those kind of a thing happens to my life, I brought my family to UK so that we could have a brighter future. I never brought them to UK so that I could lose them. But what UK system is encouraging, when everything flops, I have to go back home. At least if going forward is not possible, they have to go back to my alma mater. And since then, I've been in my country home, Nigeria, and I'm enjoying my life. No problem. I live freely. Though I don't see my children, I'm always praying for them. I leave them in the hands of God. Whatever will be, will be. The kids are always missing me. On 29th of last month was my last one's birthday. I've not talked to him in 2 years. And I sent the senior brother a birthday message. And the senior brother has not even been replying my chat in 3 months. And I heard the voice note from my son. Thank you, Daddy. I really miss you. I pray I'll see you soon. The moment I heard the message, I was like, these kids are fine. God is handling them. Then I put my mind to rest. I'm in my country home, enjoying the nice weather. I leave UK for their problem. It's not by force to come to UK. If God says UK is still somewhere I'm coming in future, I will come. So before I left UK, I wrote to court. I said I'm withdrawing this child application order because it has cost me a whole lot of money, thousands of pounds. I sent to the court. I withdraw the application order. And when they will have the sitting, the court tried to invite me for the Zoom meeting, which I wasn't privileged to attend because I was busy. And later on, the judge gave his verdict. He said, upon my application, he has accepted my child withdrawal application. The kids should still be with the children. And if I want to see them in future, I should come and tell them things that made me withdraw the child application, but which I'm not even ready to pursue because I wouldn't like to put any of them into trouble. Will I start saying my man's boyfriend were threatening my life? Or I start putting my children into potential risk? Because if I expose everything the woman has done, she's going to get into trouble. Then my kids are going to fall into the hands of the government. So I prioritize the interests of my children more than any other organization in England because they are my kids. And in order for them not to be going through mental torture and trauma, I left England because there are sometimes if you love your people, the only thing you can just do for their mental health to be stable is to just stay away from them when woman brings that problem. No matter how much you men stay away, your kids will definitely survive. The woman bring them to this world, she will not kill them. If a man died because of my children, my children, my children, the kids will still live to survive their life. So you men, it is just a form of advice. Your mental health is very paramount to you. Women will always bring this problem. If it's you that will choose peace, if it's not what you are planning for is coming out opposite the way you expect it, you just have to walk away. It's not like you're dodging from your responsibility. I was telling a friend, I said, a lot of men are in cell, a lot of men have their visa has been destroyed, their papers have been destroyed, like they're back in Nigeria, just because you are claiming the Nigerian mentality, I am the husband, I am the husband. In UK, women are the husband. And that is what that's the way the law empowers them. So my advice, it's no point fighting for any children when the home is getting destroyed. You just have to fight for your life. When you are alive and you know what you are doing, your kids will look for you as a father. But the bad father, the kids might not look for them. But if you have so much confidence in yourself as a good father and the kids are so much proud of you, they will definitely look for you no matter what. Thank you very much, Sam.
Yeah, yeah, you are welcome.
Yes.
Um, Obi Kese Shizom, I will give you a mic because you have some things to share. Probably you are very familiar with this case. Before then, let me call on Boomite. Boomite, take a mic. Boomite, Boomite, are you there? Unmute yourself, Boomite. We cannot hear you. Okay, maybe Obi Kese Shizom, please take a mic. Please, let's be respectful. Oh, let's respect people's view, people's opinion. Uh,
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm not sure I started from the beginning from what you were reading, but I was just talking from social work perspective because I'm a social worker in the UK.
Okay.
And one thing I know is that social work has no role in child custody. The only time social workers will be involved is if either of the parents has caused harm or capable of causing harm to the kids. And as far as I'm concerned, we just heard the version that the man has shared with us. We have not read the woman's version or the social worker that were involved in the family. And in that instance, I think what I was commenting on was basically when he said I had to run away. I couldn't attend to the meeting on Zoom because I was busy, and I was fighting with the women. As far as I'm concerned, all of those are just excuses. He made a choice. He's gone back to Nigeria. He feels that that's better for him. That's what is best for him. That's okay. But if you didn't show up to court to either assert your innocence, fight for to have right over your children, defend yourself to make sure that your voice is recorded or put on record, you cannot expect me, for instance, to just accept everything that you said, hook, like, and sinker. And I don't subscribe to this belief that in the UK, women are the husband and men are the wives. It doesn't make sense to me. the law is the same for everybody. You're either obeying it or you're not. If you don't obey it and somebody says you have to do this or do that to rectify it, you are.
The mic is not working again, Mama.
This is my social work perspective. Social work, sorry, I think can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Sorry, I think my Wi-Fi just went off. Okay, this is just my social work perspective.
Thank you.
Read his
thank you so much.
I can't say if he's lying or not.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mama.
Excuse me. I would like to give a comment.
Yeah,
I did not run from anything that was caught.
Hold on, sir. I know you will give a comment because we are trying to use this platform to educate our community, enlighten our community, and also bring professionals closer to us so that they will be able to understand some lived experience of people, and they will be able to understand the practice of some social workers and the practice of what is happening within the family court. A lot might be different. There's a policy, there's a process, there's a procedures. Unfortunately, we have group for fathers that they have been alienated, and they try to see what can they do, what options are available for them. The man started by saying when they came to UK, he was the one trying to do everything so that they'll be able to pay the school fees because the wife is studying and have a limited hours. So he tried as much as possible to pay everything. It was 16,500 for the school fees. They only deposit 2,000 to the school, and he was able to pay off the school fees. It was immediately after they pay off the school fees, the wife got a job and get COS, and that was when things start turning up opposites, to the extent that the woman went to court. Reported to the police, and they went to court to get what's it called? Is it restraining order?
Non-molestation order and occupational order.
Non-molestation order. And he was saying that the woman was the one that has been promiscuous. And when they go to court, the courts go through everything. They said that the allegation was unfounded. So they discharge the case. Now, before he was put into trouble, he has to run away from the house. But he's not seeing his children. He needs to see his children. He went online and he saw a CAFCA's website. He read through what they are up to, what they can do in a way when it involves child. So he approached them and he made application C100 to court for him to be able to have contact with his children. C100 form. That was where it started from. But the process, the procedure, the money involved, everything is just becoming shocking. And not only that, on the day he was coming from work, he was on bike and he saw his child calling daddy, daddy. He cannot ignore. He stayed and he had a chat with the boy, and he gave him bike and money.
Bike and money. Buy something for your children once. Take this bike to go to school so that you can meet there on time.
Yes. But when he had a call again from social worker, they were saying that he has breached the law, that he shouldn't have had contact with that son. He was now saying that how can his son be calling him and he will not be able to answer? But I did not hear where he mentioned there was a meeting, but he could not go to the meeting.
No. When I applied for the withdrawal of my child application order.
Okay.
And I have left.
Madam Obikese, he said when everything was too much on him, that was when he made application to the court that he wants to withdraw that application because everything, nobody is listening to him, nobody is listening to his side, so it's of no use.
Wanting to see my children was getting me into no problem, and they were raising.
I heard that side. Those was the father died. What I don't understand is if the molestation order was withdrawn by the court, why
Yes,
was he stopped from seeing his kids?
it was
And if there's
vacated from the court.
a molestation order against his wife, why does that prevent him from seeing the kids? Did he
It
abuse
was the
the kids
woman
as
using her
well?
power. No, she was using her powers.
Do you want to clear that part? We have many fathers that want to be coming on this platform.
$3 too.
In fact, there's this a case.
How many?
Before you clarify, hold on. Before you clarify,
Yes,
there's another similar case that the
how much?
social services are supporting the mother under child in need. And they said because of that child in need, there's no safeguarding concern, so they cannot interfere whether the children see the father or not. If the father is not happy with that, he go to court. But he doesn't want to go to court because of this similar experience. That at the end of the day, what's the point of him going to court? Because
I think what you people need to understand is both the father and the mother have parental rights over a child. The person that was the primary carer of the kids at the time the issue started usually is expected to continue the care. What happens most times to our fathers or the men is that because they don't have the primary care and because usually they are seen as the aggressor. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm saying in sometimes they are seen as the aggressors. They usually will be to be asked to leave the house. When that happens, when the case is referred to the police, is automatically open to social work to say,
exactly,
okay, this family,
exactly,
the domestic abuse case is called out, and then we need to visit them. When social workers visit those homes, the mother gets her story out there first. So the social worker is working with that perspective of somebody has shared abuse with me. I need to, I have to protect her and the kids. And they say, since you are the primary parent, do everything you can to protect your kids. But if there is no order, if there's no court order stopping that man from seeing his kids, there's nothing that woman can do. If the man basically shows up on the street, sees his child, and goes on with his life, there's nothing a social worker can do in that place. This cry of you are alienating me from my kids and blah, blah, I know court is expensive, but there is also legal aid. There is also, you can represent yourself. I'm currently working on a case where the father said he spent up to £40,000 in court. It's expensive, it's exorbitant. That's why we encourage parents to co-parent in peace. But trying to say that once social workers are involved, and if social workers are basically saying that you breached something, an order that stops you from seeing the child, that means there's an order in place stopping it. It's not the woman, it's the order, it's the court order that is stopping you. The man could get it as well if he was the abuser.
When the court, when the
hold on.
court,
Go ahead, clarify what you want to clarify.
Hello, sir.
Go ahead.
When we went to the court for the last time, before the court struck out the case, the woman came with her lawyer and said she is withdrawing the non-occupational order and the non-molestation order should stay. And with that was the reason why the judge struck out the case. And when they struck out the case, I cannot go back to that house again. And there's no way I could see my children. She changed all their lines. And there's nothing I could do. So when this was too much for me, I was like, is it because I filed for C100? But the CAFCA's organization were supporting my woman. They were supporting her. And they were raising all series of things they were raising. And I was like, why is all this thing happening like this? Is it because I want to see my children? If she wants the children, I prefer, my sanity is very paramount to me. I don't like trouble. When something is giving me too much trouble, I walk away from troubles. So I discovered going to CAFCA's, everything did not work. It did not work, and it continues giving the children a traumatic experience. These kids know their father. Imagine seeing them, different men coming into the same home, the same bed where their father sleeps with their mom. They are vulnerable. They don't have power to even do anything. They just have to continue suffering like that till they grow. It's sad. It's really sad. I'm not disputing that we have aggressive fathers. I know. I am the primary carer in this situation. I am the primary carer. My woman is not always at home. She never had a single impact in the children's life ever since we've been in England. Still, I have to suffer because I'm a man. That's my contribution, sir. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Clear. Your question is very clear.
Yes, sir. That's my contribution, sir.
No, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
You need to stay where you are. The network is stable here now.
Yeah, it's stable, sir.
You know, you mentioned that she applied for molestation order.
Yes, sir.
And a
non-molestation order and non-occupational order.
She applied for that. Was that one granted in court?
That was after I've left home. That was message I saw from court that made me realize something has even got.
Wait, before you left home, what happened? Was there any
nothing? There was no.
No, someone is professional is asking here. Was there any issue between your marriage? Was there any what made you to leave?
She was promiscuous. She was promiscuous, and white men were having sex with her in the car downstairs in our house. And she told me the day I complained, is it because of the reason why you told me you don't love me? Because she told me she don't love me again, that she's going to kick me out of the house. I said, is it because of this white man? She said, yeah, you have to go. I will chase you there. And she started behaving irrationally. She doesn't talk to me. I only pay the bill. She doesn't talk to me. She doesn't cook for me. When she comes from work, the children will be playing in the living room. When they hear her car voice, they run to my room to pretend to sleep. And she comes to wake all of them up. Yeah, go to my room to sleep. She chased them away from me. So I was not even enjoying the home again. So I need to leave for my sanity. And I was told I left home voluntarily. 5 days after I have left home, when I received non-occupational order and non-molestation order. They called me, they told me I have a letter. I told them I'm not in Leeds, I'm in London. The person said, until I come, he will give it to me. But after like a month, they forwarded everything to my WhatsApp. That was how I received it. It's not like I received a copy of the letter at all. It was forwarded to my WhatsApp.
On what grounds? On what grounds was she filing a non-occupational
order? She said in 2013, I stabbed her in Nigeria. So I'm potentially dangerous for her. That was what she wrote to court. Yeah, she said I slapped her in 2013 in Nigeria. So I'm potentially dangerous for her.
Those people and tell them that this did not happen in the UK and this
I was in court. I was in court. I told them everything. The caseworker went to my children. Has your daddy ever beat your mom? They said no. Has your daddy ever beat you people? They said no. Who used to take care of you? They said it's our daddy. But they ignored all this fact. They spoke to my children, but they were talking to my children in the front of their mom. After the caseworker left, the woman said, that is what you are saying. I will deal with you. Anybody that says anything rubbish, I will send him back to Nigeria. She threatened the kids with that. She threatened them if she see them talking to me, she will send them back to Nigeria. So the kids are scared. They don't want to leave England. So they are just struggling to survive there.
Baby Baba Yaga 2022. You can come up if you have something to say. You can come up. This platform is open to everybody. A lot is happening in the African community. A lot is happening. And we keep getting referral, we keep getting cases. And honestly speaking, when we are saying the truth, when we are trying to be fair in dealings, other party might be thinking, oh, we don't want to listen. We go through this thing, we support through this journey. If you are not allowing us to get involved in the proceeding, in the matters, in the meeting with the professionals, we cannot support you. But all these cases, we get involved with all these cases. Things are happening. Things are happening. We have emails, series of emails from social worker that they said that they are not involving in child protection. They are only supporting mother because mother came cry to them and they supported them in child in need. So if the child does not want to hear you, does not want to get a gift from you, does not want to receive anything from you, that is fine. And we've seen a child that collected things from the father. The first time social worker took it to them. The second time like this, social worker brought it back that they don't want again. In fact, social worker came back that the mother does not want it again. That was when a lot is happening.
Excuse me, sir. At the court told, when they wrote a lot of allegations that the court write it off and dissolve the case, the court told me that I should find a means to be giving my children gifts before the date. So I was fine, and
The court says you find a means to be giving gifts. We've had another
to my
father.
children.
We've had another
Yeah.
father that social worker said he should try and give a gift or anything, and the father gave it to the social worker. Social worker took it to the children. Unexpectedly, they were so happy. They collected it. The fact social worker wrote email that they were so happy, they love it. But the second time the father took the gift to the social worker, he had to return it back.
Because the mother will have instructed the social worker she doesn't want, and that is what they will do.
That the kid doesn't want it.
Yeah,
There's
that is on the mother's. When the social worker went to my kid told them the only thing that could make them happy in life is to be seeing their daddy, because it is their daddy they are used to. They ignored it. That was why I said CAFCA is a failure of an organization, because they said they are interested in the interests of the children, but not. No, they are supposed to do things that makes the children happy. If they give my children the privilege, my children will choose me 100 times over their mother, because she never had any simple impact, right from Nigeria and in England. But what can we do? We are men. We are vulnerable.
Let's hear from women. Let's hear from women. Women, please come on board. Come on board. Come and share your experience. So she went off the life, but she's coming back. All right, now. Please, let's people contribute. This is matter that is happening in our community. These children are still an African children. What are we going to do?
I think where I have a problem with the current issue that we're addressing is the fact that I feel like he gave up because he now has his happiness. He's in Nigeria.
The reason why he gave up
because I cannot win them. They were
I was aware before he gave up, because we've had a lot of cases that it doesn't end up well. Number one, you talk about it, the cost implication. How many parents can afford that? Secondly, when everything is getting to court and everything is saying, nobody is taking account of it, but they were taking account of the other parents. Now, they were able to get an order, despite the one that it was one that make application of C100. There was still an order that he cannot see the children. Now,
nobody talked about not seeing the children again. It was just silence.
Just hold on. They want to know why you gave up, and I want to clarify that aspect.
Okay,
now,
sir.
When they said he cannot see the children, but on his way, he saw the child running late to school, and he gave up his bike and money to him. Now, social services, CAFCA, they call him back that they've heard that he gave motorcycle bike to the child. Who told the social worker? Probably the mother.
They said the mother that they are having a concern now.
Okay, hold on. Now, when he said that they gave the bike out of love, but now they said he has broken the law. And you said it's a law. There's a law. If someone broke a law, would that person not end up in prison?
Don't understand is what law did he break? There's no order in place.
They told me not to see my children.
They said they should not see the children. That was the judge. That was in the court.
In the court. That was
because the children said they are with as you've mentioned, they are with mother presently, and now it was the one that make application to court, but before the court will conclude the case, they have to make an order that will have a protection in terms of safety plan until they did the final judgment.
Excuse me, sir. This order was the first thing I received that made me know something is in court, and I was not home. When I left home, I just received after 5 days. They told me I have occupational order and non-molestation order, and I was not in that home. I have left 5 days. That was the first thing I received. And they said, based on the fact that my one said I started in 2013 in Nigeria, and I'm domestic violence, and it's not safe for her. That was the reason. And that was the first letter I received from court. It was just the order straight up. And I went to court to defend it.
I'm not sure whether there will be anybody that want to wait until the person was sent to court, prison, before before the life destroy or until the life destroy.
Nobody would have sent him to prison for buying gifts for his son. I'm sorry. If it's a civil case and it's a child custody case, he's not going to get him sent to prison. And this is why I feel like giving up a child custody case because you are afraid of going to stop being afraid of going to court. Men should stop being afraid of fighting for their
child. I have gone several times. They will always support our women. Our voice is never heard. I witnessed it.
You go with that mentality, then you will lose. He will support your women
he
has more.
He's saying that he witnessed it. He's saying that he's witnessed it. It's not out of fear. It's not what he's had.
No, it's not. It's not. I was so scared. I'm not a criminal. Why should I be scared? And my mental health was going astray. My money was this family court, and the constable in charge of the case
which part of the country? Northeast or
Least family court, West Yorkshire.
Northeast. A lot is
and
happening.
The policewoman that was maybe a friend, I don't know, that keep threatening my life is from Eland police station in Obeck. The police station at Eland.
A lot is happening. There are many social workers that if they have opportunity to work in Northeast of England, maybe they will understand a lot. Northeast of England, if you have a colleague in Northeast of England, probably they should share. There's all this national conference of social workers. Probably they need to be more of coming to this platform.
Social worker rules are the same everywhere.
But practices are different. Honestly speaking, practices are different.
They shouldn't be biased in discharging their duties.
And taking part in child custody, then that's wrong.
Practices are different.
You can raise them.
Practices are different. There's a policy, process, procedures, but it's not honestly the same.
It's not being fairly administered because they are being biased. Their administration is not fair.
Maybe we will be inviting judges to come and be coming to our platform these days again.
Are they being biased or are they working in line with the evidence they have?
They never had a single evidence. It was the allegation they were working on, which was lie.
Okay. The allegation got you run out of UK and your children don't get to see you. So they won.
We want more dads to talk. If you are a mother in this platform and you had experience, even if you experience domestic violence, come and share your experience. If you are experiencing domestic abuse, please come and share your experience.
Organizer, the only thing that made me suffer this thing was that when I was enduring this thing, I never met somebody like me to tell you this is what I'm going through. You'll be able to put me through.
Engraved or engraved, which one is this? So anybody that want to talk, we will be bringing fathers, mothers to this platform. Like I've said, we have a lot of fathers in this situation. You are not alone. You know you are in the group I created for fathers, right?
Yeah.
You see how fathers are crying on that platform.
I saw it.
It's not a different story.
Sir, I have a junior brother that came to England after me with his wife. He has a factory in Nigeria, and the wife has never worked since they got married. When they got sponsorship from Nigeria, the guy got his 50 million naira. He sent the woman here. The woman that got the sponsor, which is his wife, the company did not have job to give her. So the guy keeps paying house rent from Nigeria for a year before he came here with 4 daughters. When they got to England, her woman started this kind of a problem. And the woman will hold him, and the guy was not working. He got an Amazon job. He works 4 days on, 4 days off. So he was the one that God was even blessing to foot the bill. But the woman still keep on bringing problem. The woman will hold the guy's clothes that you are a rich man in Nigeria. There's no rich man in London. If you try anything stupid with me, I will send you to jail. In 2023 December, the guy bought tickets that is taking them back to Nigeria. I was one of the person who fought to beg him not to do that. The children will not be happy about it. But in January 2025, he got a ticket and took them to Nigeria. You know what surprised me, sir? The moment they got to Maritala Airport, the woman said, "Please, sir, let me help you to carry this bag." The woman that was ruled in London, sir. The moment they got to Maritala Airport, she was nice again. And this got the guy angry. The guy chased her away completely. And he's married to another woman now. He said if he had never come to London, he wouldn't have realized he has been married to her enemy, to his enemy all this while. That her loyalty before they left Nigeria was because she was gaining his money. And when they got to England, the woman showed who she is. They are back in Nigeria now. The guy is living happily as well. Things are happening, sir. I have a cousin who has just crossed to Dublin just last week, just because he got sponsorship in NHS where we were working. He did the application, and on his portal, it was said that the wife has curtailed his visa since June 2024. He spent over 8,000 on lawyer. Nothing could be done to it. He has 5 years visa. He cannot even use it because he has overstayed. His visa has been curtailed since June 2024. A lot of things are happening. Most of these people, when they have this problem, they come to me for advice because they know I went through it. So things are happening. Things are happening. I have
Yeah.
living witnesses I can be
We have
giving.
another father that he has to end up relocated to US.
It's the best because you cannot win this woman. When they lie against you, so be it. They don't have a fair justice to investigate these things. And this woman will lie. They will give excuses from Nigeria because they know they cannot be trained. Because they know they can influence it and give false evidence because it's from Nigeria. And men continue to suffer. Men are
Somebody
the
said
most vulnerable person.
there's always a two side to story though. We believe this. This is why we want people to come and share their experience. If you're a woman as well, come up, share your experience. But before this man come on this platform, we have evidence of his case file, everything. All the court order, I'm in receipt of it. I have each of the court order, everything that goes through the court. Even for him to get to lawyer, the lawyer I was speaking to, I told him you will just, it's going to overwhelmed. It's not an easy journey. Ẹ̀yin ojú Olódùmarè.
Good evening, sirs. Good evening, Mars.
Take
Good
a mic.
evening.
Yeah. Are you hearing me?
We can hear you, Mama.
Okay, what actually happened, my own story is that my child sustained an injury with a childminder. So the childminder refused to say it was in her care. You understand me? So let's say I have an issue in London before I moved to this particular area I am now. So with my daughter, then we newly moved to the UK, and she doesn't know they don't say beat here. So maybe when she got to school, she went to tell them I beat her, and they took them to the hospital. Unfortunately for me, there was no injury for them on her. You understand? And truly, I didn't beat her. So that case has been ongoing, has been on previously before this particular one happened. So they took my children to the care. They took my children to the care, and my little baby sustained an injury with the foster carer that is even worse than the reason why they took my 3 children from me. And they have not said anything about this.
Ẹ̀yin ojú Olódùmarè. This is a case you mentioned now. Before you talk now, there's somebody in this comment section. Because before you say anything, for people to come on this platform to share their experience, you have to appreciate that. Somebody said the courts, it is very expensive to take a child into care. And before the court can take a child to care, there must be an evidence, there must be an issue. How about intervention support, early help, all these things? why? It's just.
All those things are available.
But
the problem that African parents have is we lie and we try to say, oh, I didn't beat her. And then the child keeps saying, oh, my mom used to beat me. Because the truth is, we do beat our kids. Instead of accepting the available support and acknowledging, oh, I did it. This is because of my culture. I'm not going to do it again. I'm willing to do the work. I'm willing to change. You go for the parent classes and your child is back to you. It's very expensive to take.
Good evening, ma. Please, ma. I'm at work and I just need to chip in. That is absolutely wrong, ma. It doesn't happen in notice like that. I am a true living example of this. I have gone for help for my child. They didn't do anything until she made a big allegation.
Now, before you go for
getting worse, even in
before you go further, when there is no recommendation for parenting work or stuff like that, and they took a child because of likely harm, and that child is being suffering in care, we're supposed to be better, and they did nothing. What can we call this, Mama Bill?
Yes.
What can we call this?
Yes. And sorry to
no, just hold on. Let her clarify that, because there is a lot happening in care system.
Children in care should be protected. Nobody is saying that care is better than being with your original parents. If you have evidence to suggest that your child in care has been abused, molested, or sustained an injury that was not there before they took the child, because they will normally take pictures before the child is taken, it's left for you to report it, to take the case up with them, and if possible, sue the council. That's something you can do.
Is it possible to sue a council when the child is still in care?
Yes, you can.
When the child is still in care?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Will it be an easy journey, Mama? Will it be, to be honest, will it be an easy journey?
It's not supposed to be easy. That's why we should protect our kids to not get to that point. It's not supposed to be easy. Legal proceeding, no matter, even if it's civil, criminal, is hard, it's difficult.
I have one question, Mama. I have one question. I don't know how to put this question, because for parents to even say things, for parents to say things in this part of the region we are living, I have to be honest with you. The social services, there's this a senior social worker 2 days ago, because a parent reached out to us and we're able to ask for a reassurance of support that will be provided to this mother. The social worker cannot control her emotion, and she even tried to she was threatening this mother with another thing. So a lot is happening when a parent speak up or try to express concern or share their views. It's not being welcomed by a lot of people in this area.
I'm not pretending that it's not difficult, and that these people don't have some form of bias against black skin, or that there are no form of racism or anything. I can't speak for all social workers. What I'm saying is, it's going to be difficult because, of course, you're going to spend money, you're going to miss time with your kids. But just the same thing I've told the man before. You can't run away from proving your innocence just because the journey is becoming difficult. The same way you can't run away from trying to get your kids back just because I've been doing this for a long time and they will lie on me. Just keep following the process. One day they will get. I'll give you an example. There's this woman that we had. They took one of her kids into care, not care, but kinship care. Her mom was supposed to take care of her. The way this woman disturbed social work, they went to hearing. She demanded, I want to be seeing my child every day. I want to see the child even on weekend. That means social workers will have to make provision for her to see them on weekend. She disturbed them so they told her to come and carry her child back. They don't want it again. You have to speak about. You have to fight for your kids. You don't just give up.
Which part of country is that?
I'm in Scotland.
Okay.
Please, ma, I want to say something. So what actually happened at the contact center where we used to go and check the children, they made us sign a consent form or something like that, that we mustn't take picture. If not, I would have taken the picture, though they have the picture with them, the picture of the injury, several injury on my little baby that is not up to 2 years, tummy, his leg, his back. It's like a torture mark, you understand? But they made us sign that if we take any picture, that they are going to they will stop us from seeing the children. You understand?
There's another mother. She was writing whatever happened. She was writing whatever happened, and they told the mother that she should not write anything.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, host. You're saying that you saw marks that look like torture marks on your 2-year-old. Yes. And they told you to find something that if you ever take a picture.
No, hold on, man. No, that's not it. Previously, before the mark, because the what happened, whenever I go to the contact center, I always check his body, all my children, because that was the mistake I made when I took my child from the childminder. I didn't quickly notice what happened. If not, I wouldn't have gotten into this problem. And previously, about my daughter, when we newly came to the UK, I didn't actually beat her sincerely, but in Nigeria, we used to beat, and that's the normal that we used to spank. You understand, in Nigeria. But when we get to UK, one of my friends in church told me they don't used to beat here. You understand, that is a criminal case. So I'm always extraordinary. Even people that know me that I always avoid anything that has to do with social worker. I don't want to get into trouble. You understand, ma? So it's not as if I'm beating her in UK, and me too, I don't want to get in trouble. No.
No marks on your child's body when the social workers took her.
You mean initially when my daughter
the first time that they
no mark. They took them to
at the time the child was taken from you, there were no torture mark on her body.
No way, yes.
And then one day you came for contact.
I told them to investigate it too, that I want to know what happened to my child.
What you should have done from that moment on was to call a lawyer and tell them that you want them to be with you on the next contact.
I told my lawyer. My lawyer is a legal aid, ma. My lawyer is illegal.
So there was no reason why a 2-year-old should have torture marks on their body outside of their mother's care. And
yes,
so the same way you are liable for marks is the same way the person that was the carer, whether that be a foster carer.
The painful thing is that they refuse to take my child away from this foster placement.
Auntie, I'm telling you now, you can challenge that. You can raise hell. You can be in that office every day. You can
I'm vulnerable. I don't have money. I can't do, I'm vulnerable.
You don't need money to be in an office every day. You just need to be in front of that place telling them.
Can I report this to the police? My case is still.
Yes, you can.
I have a case ongoing with the police at the moment because of my child. You understand, ma? But now, can I still report this very one to the police?
As long as your child is not with you, if you notice any mark on the body, that's why foster carers are even more liable than you. And because they're supposed to be a refuge.
And you do a lot of money.
One slight scratch on your child's body, you should be reporting it.
You can message me. Send a direct message. Do you have my number?
Okay. Yeah, I have your number. You know me. I will tell you.
You have to act quick. People should stop being afraid. Report it and take a picture. If they say don't take a picture, write it down and say this was the mark I saw on their body. Ask them to confirm that, yeah, you saw me see this mark. Write it down. Document what is going on.
A lot is going on. A lot that I want to talk about sincerely. Another one is that this same my child, the foster carer gave him fruit in his plate, and I noticed a live ant in the plastic. And when I discussed it with the contact supervisor, she was like, "It's just one ant." I was like, "Is he supposed to consume a little baby? Is the little baby supposed to consume an ant?" They would. How people of color, they will just leave the children and they will leave them to themselves. You understand? What if it's only the child that is there and it consumes the ants?
Our people, you just need to keep sharing your experience so that professionals coming on this platform.
Sincerely, I'm going through a lot. I don't even know what to do. I'm confused.
Professional
Don't keep quiet.
coming on this platform.
2-year-olds should be with their mothers.
They can be of help. They can be of help. They can be of help. Please, let's keep sharing. Let's keep sharing. We need to invite more professionals, please. Let's invite more people to be part of this.
The videos I took, they reported me at the court that I was taking picture, and I didn't take picture of the foster carers. I saw somebody's comment on the comment section saying,
that's okay. They can report you. Taking a picture is not a crime. It's not unless there's a law saying you cannot take a picture.
I don't know if the social worker called me and warned me not to take picture of anything.
Oh, no, the social worker cannot do that. They can say we cannot be that, we don't like being recorded, but they can't tell you not to take picture of your child.
Ma'am, please, can I still go ahead and take the picture? The torture is still on my baby's body, all over his body, all over his stomach. I feel so worried. I'm restless as I'm talking to you. I'm not happy.
To your lawyer and tell your lawyer what is going on.
Even the guardian, we told the guardian they are not doing anything.
Queen, we cannot control it. If you cannot mute yourself, Queen, you need to mute yourself. Queenie, do we have anybody that want to contribute? Those of you in the box section, Ola Laws, do you want to contribute? Ola Laws Ray.
I will talk briefly. I'm a bit busy now, sir.
Okay.
You know why I'm just scared, because I don't want them to stop me from taking my children
online. I'm
scared.
They don't mark out the areas of
my children. I don't want them to stop me from seeing my children. That's why I listened to what they said. That was the reason why I couldn't even snap the picture.
You people don't know the limit to the powers of social work. This is why you people keep being afraid. They can't stop you from seeing your child. You have the right to continue to see your child. Your child has the right to continue to see you. They can only tell you that, this is the place we can bring your child for you to see. And then the person that is alleging that you abused your child has the responsibility to prove that you are not taking care of your child. What you should be doing at this point in time is, whenever you are coming for contact, you make sure that you have enough food for the child. You are having meaningful conversation with your child. You're making sure that your child is happy in your care, because that's all the social workers can do. Write out how you are interacting. If they offer you any course, you take it up. But don't stay there and say, oh, I saw a mark, I don't want to not take a picture, because they will not say I shouldn't see my child. If they say you can't see your child, you sue them.
Okay.
They can't do that.
Okay, we can sue them. Okay, no problem.
Hello, can I ask a quick question? So, two things you're talking about here. In terms of the contact center, they have their rules about you taking pictures and things like that. That's something that you would have signed prior to your contact starting. So that's a totally different matter. You can't sue them or challenge them. That is their policy for using their contact center. So that's different. In terms of your child being with the foster carer, is it under a court order? So are the local authorities sharing parental responsibility with you? Or did you sign to say that child can be in foster care, which is under Section 20? So what law is it they're using?
Yeah, what actually happened, when they first wanted to collect the children from me, they asked me to sign the Section 20, which was a reversible. So when it happened, I have 4 children. So they told me that they want to place my 4 children in different placements. The 4 of them, they won't be together. You understand, ma? So me and my husband were against it. So they took us to court. So my lawyer told me the Section 20 has been reversed by them taking us to court, that the Section 20 is already reversed already.
Revoked. So now they're under an interim care order.
Yes.
Right. So it means the local authority shares parental responsibility with you, but it doesn't mean that it removes your parental responsibility. So if you have concerns about your child's care, I know people are saying, tell your lawyer, tell your this. Let's think about it logically. If you tell your lawyer, by the time they send an email, somebody responds, the local authorities, all of that takes days. So the injury to your child could have faded. So by the time somebody then goes to visit your child, those injuries are gone, so you've got no evidence, and it seems that you're just making allegations against the foster carer. If you had concerns at the time of contact, you should have said to the person who's observing your contact, can you please make sure you note down that I have noted a mark on my child? Yes. And then the other thing you do is you report it to the police straight away if you are that concerned. I know people are saying, no, the police need evidence. No, they don't. If there is concern about a child's welfare in this country, say, for example, the police are outside the child screaming and a child in danger, they've got their criminal legislation that they can use to bust down the door and go in the house. If you're saying, actually, I saw injuries, I'm concerned about this happening to my child, you could have rang the police and say, hi, I wish to report this. They will contact the local authority and make sure, because it's a child protection matter, that somebody goes out that same day to see your child and make sure everything is fine. Okay. So what actually happened? If you see an injury, report it on the same day. Don't wait. Okay. So now there's still the mark is still on my child. I'm going to take the picture as we discussed now. I will take the picture. But when I discussed, because my case is still with the police, they are still doing their investigation. When I told my criminal lawyer about it, my criminal lawyer told me to hold on. So, but now that you told me, you give me go ahead. I think I'm going to report to the police solicitor, because the other thing that your family law solicitor will also be collecting evidence for you. So one of the things they should have are the weekly notes from the foster carer. So foster carers will have foster care logs to say this happened this week, or the child fell over, hurt themselves, or I noticed this. They will have logs. Under the Data Protection Act, as the children's mother, you can say, actually, can I see the logs from this week and this week? Because there is a mark on my child that I wish to find out how that happened. So your solicitor, your family law solicitor, can request that on your behalf, because you should be getting copies of it anyway. Okay. So now, what actually happened? The injury on my child, the dermatologist result just came out, and they said it's a non-accidental injury on my child. That is like something hot or something like that. But now, the very one that happened on my child's stomach, that is even more worse than the reason why they took them from me. They have not come back to us. So now I think I'm going to ring the police according to our discussion now, and I'll let the police. Speak to your family law solicitor, because when that's something that they'll need to also raise in your next hearing in court, and say, they can then say, oh, we wish for the children to be returned because there's actually been a worse injury to the children whilst they've been out of your care, and you're concerned about it. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. And another thing is that my first daughter, she's a teenager. She recently said she is depressed. You understand? That she's depressed, she wants to come back, but I don't know why they are not doing anything about it. I don't know. There's a court order in place. Even if your child comes back home, the police will just literally come take the child back. You cannot just walk out of a court order. The only way the children can be returned back to your care is if the local authority no longer share parental responsibility with you, and the courts have said they're either dismissing the case or they're giving a final ruling. So until that court case is over, those children will remain in foster care. If there's an issue with the care of that foster carer, then they'll be moved to another foster placement. And the reason they're in different places, I take it your children vary in age. So somebody who has a 2-year-old may not necessarily want a teenager in their home. Hence the reason sometimes children end up staying in different places, because carers do not take children of varying ages. Very few foster carers do.
Someone is asking a question. Is it that you did not have any family connected member? You didn't put people forward?
What actually happened, I put people forward, but I don't have family in this country, number one. Then number two, the people that have been putting forward, they are saying no to them. The local authorities saying no to them. They said, I think they used to go to them and tell them that they want a long-term foster carer. And, people are always scared of,
People shouldn't be scared. The things they do. So say, for example, it doesn't have to be family. It could be a friend. If your friend decides, actually, I can take the kids in, as long as your friend can pass a police check, and then they'll come see your friend's house, have they got space for the children? If your friend says, I don't have enough bed, the local authority can fund that. And then if your friend is saying, I can look after the children,
but I would like to be assessed as a carer, they can also do that. So they'll be giving your friend money to care for the children, but at least it is with somebody you're familiar with and not the foster carer. If they're with your friend, yes, it will be long-term until the end of the hearing. So towards the end of the hearing, they always plan things in concession. So they will have your friend as the possible carer. Another option is your children returning to you. Another option is maybe your children staying with somebody else or going into foster care, or for your younger one, maybe adoption. They will always parallel plan. But if at the end of the day, the court say actually the children should return to their parents, they go back to you. If a good option is for them to stay with your friend, or ask your friend, is this something you want? If your friend says no, just to the end of the hearing, then that's what happens. But it doesn't mean for the rest of the children's lives they will necessarily be with your friend. It is just whilst the hearing is taking place.
Heavenly.
Yes.
What you just explained now is what is missing, the gap in communication. What I'm hearing from her is that once they told the people you put forward that, oh, you have to care for this child until 18 years, long term.
It's not 18 years.
That
it's
is
long term.
Yeah.
So
Sometimes they will tell them that until these are the language they use in the Northeast here, that until 18 years or long term. Now, if they use can I finish? Can I finish,
Hold
please?
on, people don't hear it is a possibility, but you can always change your mind and say, actually, I don't want that.
I want to clear that aspect because you have explained it in details, and I'm commending you for that. I'm saying that there's a gap in communication. These are not being specifically explained in details to families.
Yeah, I agree.
And when they just said long term until 18 years, people get scared. They get worried. They don't know what can happen to their life. They say, oh, we are afraid. Oh, does that mean these people will be in our life also? Because we are helping you, because we want to support you. That makes them to get scared. So, Mama, Loju.
And it's true, they will be in your life. They will come to your house, they will talk to you, they will talk to your children, and yet people don't want that intrusiveness in their life. But it is, if it's somebody you're close to, it's a lot of sacrifice.
So they didn't make it clear to people that even if the case can close earlier than this, the case can close at any time. People don't get that. Don't get that.
This is what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
A court hearing, a family court hearing in the UK, as in the situation you're in, it can go up to 26 weeks. If there is any delay, for example, you're waiting for a specific assessment, or everybody at the last part doesn't agree with the outcome and they want to challenge, it can slightly go over 26 weeks.
Yes.
If there's anything international, for example, if you say, actually, I want you to consider the children's grandmother in Nigeria, it can go over 26 weeks, because then the local authority have a duty to assess everyone you put forward. So if you're saying, I want the children to go back to Nigeria, they have to travel to Nigeria and do an assessment, or find somebody to do an assessment and consider that as a possible option for the children.
These messages are not being explained to majority of these families. That's where the concern is. And I think that is, professional needs to take that away. If you're a professional here, please let these people feel relaxed. Let them know things can change, things can go beyond things. Let them know the availability.
Realistically, this is why we always advise. Well, this is why people have always been advised to seek legal advice from a family solicitor or for somebody else, or an advocacy service. Don't just take the local authority out there. They will say they're acting on behalf of a child. You are acting on behalf of your family. Get external advice. And when I say external advice, from a charity or solicitor, not my friend said this happened to her, and so I'm going to go down.
Exactly. Word of mouth. Yeah. It's a lot. People don't know that cases are different to some extent. It might be the same process, but they are different. Do you have anybody that wants to contribute again?
Sorry, just the last one before I leave. Just to say, if you're in care proceedings, specifically care proceedings or pre-proceedings,
Legal aid is free. If there is a criminal case, for example, you come into the UK, you don't have your status yet, and there is a criminal case ongoing against you, there is a way that you can still use legal aid for the family side of things. Once again, speak to solicitors, make sure they're registered. So don't say, my cousin said they've got a friend who can do it. Check on the Law Society website. It will have a list of qualified solicitors who can act on your behalf. You then use that list to pick your solicitor and go that way. But you can get legal aid as long as it's pre-proceedings or legal proceedings. Do not try and do it on your own.
Tina just made mention something. Do not appear depressed. You need to look after your mental health, your well-being, your appearance will tell a lot. Your conduct will tell a lot. Always.
Exactly. To relax and show that you are still capable of caring for your child.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, take it
during
back.
my own case, when I was going through these challenges, I went to Secroft solicitor. I told them what I was going through, and they told me they cannot help me because I am not entitled to a legal aid. Even before the matter got worse, when she started misbehaving, I went to explain everything I'm going through. They advised me I cannot stay in a toxic relationship. And I said, what can you do for me? They said I'm not entitled to a legal aid, so they cannot help me, and I was helpless.
Did you have a letter of intent from the local authority?
I never had a letter then. My woman was getting promiscuous and she was frustrating me, telling me she's going to kick me out of my visa and send me back to Nigeria or send me to jail. And she was having white men friends. They were having sex down the stairs in the car. And I could not see anything. I was helpless till I left home. But before I left home, I went
slightly
to...
different. In terms of legal aid,
Yeah.
it is specifically if you're proceedings with the local authority, because they initiated, they will give you a letter called a letter of intent. With that letter of intent, you are entitled to legal aid. If it is private proceedings, which means your missus is not getting along, you need to go to family court and things like that, you have to fund yourself. So what most people do is they will get advice from Citizens Advice Bureau. They will put it on a day where there's a solicitor who can address their exact matter, and then they act on their own behalf. And if you are unclear about anything whilst you're in court, you can actually ask the judge and they will say, right, you need to write this. They can't tell you how to do it, but they can guide you on what you need to do next. So private proceedings, no legal aid. Local authority care proceedings, you can get legal aid.
Okay, thank you.
And again, this is why I was telling this current speaker that he gave up too early, because if he couldn't get legal aid, that means he wasn't the local authority that took you to court.
Yeah, he was the one that applied to court. C100. Do you want to say that a bit again? And what makes you to leave? It was one that approached the court for him to have access, contact with the kids.
When I was one that approached the court, when the court struck out the case and I've left home, there's no way I could go back to that one. So I was now thinking of an avenue to be involved in my children's life because he has resisted me from talking to them. So I applied for C100 form, which is going to give me a chance to be involved in my children's life, seeing them, talking to them. But when I applied for the C100 form, CAFCAs were in support of her, trying to negate that. So when they were trying to negate that, and people had warned me, I'm just wasting my money, going to CAFCAs is just a waste of time, they will support my woman. They are in England. I cannot win a case with a woman. They will always support women, so I'm just wasting my time. So over 9 months, I discovered the way things were going, they were giving us support against me just because they believe all the allegations he has made against me, which was not even proven at the law court. Then I'm like, why am I wasting my money? My mental health is at stake. Each time I see letter from CAFCAs, if I want to eat, I'm disturbed. I couldn't concentrate because I don't like problem. When I see letters from authorities in England, I'm like, I never come to England for troubles. I came for a better life. When these problems were becoming too much because of my mental health, I had to leave England for peace of mind. It's not by force to live in England for peace of mind. I never did anything wrong. There was an allegation made against me because my woman wants her freedom, and she's got it. And I was vulnerable. And just because I'm an African and I'm a black man, and I come like a man in my family in a man gender, I have to suffer and just lose everything I worked for in my life. It was a regret coming to England anyway. It was a regret to my life. I never expected it like that. It was a regret. When they talk about England in my next year to come in this world, I will say, no way. I don't want that in my life again. It's a regret, anyways. I just have to speak the truth. A lot of families are crying out there. A lot of families are doing very good in Nigeria. When they come to England, the family is going to get destroyed because the system there
Madam
empowers women no matter
Obikese,
what life.
you mentioned now that you are muted, though.
Yes, sir.
Maybe,
I'm here, sir.
yeah, we can't hear you.
There's something I observed. I observed the legal aid lawyers. They are not as active as the ones you pay. If not, at least when I reported the case of my little baby having a strange marks all over his body, at least they should have done something very serious about it.
They have limits to what they can fight for. There's a case like that they said there's a cap what they can challenge. There's a cap to that. There's even an email from a lawyer that make reference to that being a legal aid or being a duty solicitor when you go to appear in court first time and you do have a solicitor, they will get you a duty solicitor. They put it in writing. I forgot how the lawyer put it. I can have access to that email. But how many people can afford a private lawyer? But having said that, there are still some good legal aid lawyer, there's still some good legal. If you are in Scotland, just message me again. I don't know whether you know of one this firm. You have a right to change a lawyer if you so wish. You have a right to do that. Um, Sometimes we said ESA in our community. Most of these ESA at times are true, considering the cases we've had recently about two adults, male and female, mothers and fathers, in terms of this using children as a weapon against each other. Madam Obi Kese, I would like to that have a message with I will send a direct message to you so that you, if possible,
Okay.
if possible, you can give us your few minutes. Just speak with these fathers because a lot cannot speak out. I've got a group for them. They cannot speak out. They cannot speak, and it's the same thing that is happening to them. I've not seen any of them win this case, being an African man fighting for custody. It's challenging, and there are cases you will see evidence, email from professional social worker. You will be surprised when you see those, when you have those access to those information. So ESA is not good, but sometimes it helps. If this man is listening, probably will not even make application of a C100 form in the first instance because he has making sure to walk away, and 5 days after, the woman applied for non-molestation order and non-occupational order, but that was strike out from court when there was no evidence for this. And he believes that then she has no case against him. He needs his children. He needs access to his children. He has to go and rent an apartment. And how long do you pay for that apartment with the hope that you have your children? And when you make application, for how long? Hello? Are you still there?
It was 5 months, sir. 5 months.
Somebody rent an apartment
5 months.
somebody rent an apartment for 5 months, pay for 5 months, thinking you want to fight for these children. And how long did the C100 form, when you submit the application, for how long have you been going to court?
It's over a year.
Over a year going to court. Decision has not been made. Did you see this, mama? He want to see these children and he make application, paying for it, going there with his time, and it's going for 1 year, the court has not made a decision where the children will stay permanently. But because of that, they have to say that no contact yet until they make their decision, until the evidence is being supported or verified, until fact finding, until fact finding. Why
Can I
that
just
is?
add something on that one?
Yes, please, Mama.
Local authority proceedings and private proceedings are very, very different. So with private proceedings, you may be going to court for the next 3 years. It depends on what is being challenged. So it will get to a point where you give your evidence, she gives the evidence, you go back and forth, go back every few months. It will get to a point where as long as the children are safe, you will start to have contact. Sometimes it starts off in a contact center. If that's going well, it then moves into the community. At that point, when you do start having contact with your children, you will see that actually this woman's not letting me do this, or there might be other issues that come up for her. So they will usually ask for you guys to come back to court again so they can review how things are going, see if there's any amendments that need to be made for the order. And realistically, if father and mother are not able to agree on everything and it has to go through the court, it can take some time to reach an agreement and an order that works for everybody. Because even when they start giving you contact, you might then start saying, I want to see the children on weekends, I want them on this holiday, mom wants to challenge that. It all takes time, and it's not something that you can smooth out in a year or less, unless you are both able to agree, which is why they always start with mediation.
Okay, thank you. I want to get this clear from Madam Obi Kweze. Was it? Sorry, apology for this. You said something now. Can you just, because there are other fathers here that might want to learn from this. You said you wouldn't have advised him to even do C100 as long as there was no order stopping him to see them. What can he? What would he have done?
There was no court order against him seeing his children. He still had parental rights.
What will he have done?
The order was against him for the woman that that was an abuse case against the wife. It doesn't stop him from seeing his children. What I would have advised him to do was either to talk to a lawyer to do mediation with the woman. They'll find an agreement for him to see his kids outside of the marital home. Or I'll go to their school and see them after school for pickup.
Excuse me, I did mediation.
Because then
the woman did. I did mediation. The woman did not respond.
It's a bigger issue.
It was after mediation.
Hold on. Before you say that, Mommy Obi Keswe, if somebody put in non-molestation order and this was dropped, and he now went ahead, you want to go and see the children in school, it's an evidence. If she would not call the police or you went to the house, it's an evidence. But the mediation you talk about, we've seen a father that they suggested mediation to this mother, and she said she doesn't want mediation.
Yeah, my own too did not attend the mediation.
Okay, take a mic. Talk about mediation. Talk about mediation.
She did not attend the mediation.
Your own
did not
attend mediation as well.
Okay, yeah, she did not attend. After that was when I went for C100 form.
This another
because I tried mediation.
Yeah, he wanted mediation, but the woman did not accept. That was when he had to go for C100, because for him to go to school or to go to the house, that would have been an evidence to use against him that is being violent.
Yeah, she will call and complain over that.
Heavenly, what did you say?
I said the fathers are doing the right thing, because I can understand also as a black man. Imagine if he parks outside our house now. She can call the police and say, oh, he's stalking me. Meanwhile, you're just there to say, can the kids come out so I can see them? Because you're trying to protect yourself and put structure in place, long-term structure in place. They have done the right thing by going to court. It's very easy for people to say, and you've got rights. Why exercise your rights? That can get you into even more trouble or provide more false evidence for the person. So then it looks like you're harassing them. You know, they could say, oh, the children couldn't sleep. They were so emotional. Meanwhile, maybe it's because the children were missing you and wanted to see you, but you have gone about it the right way. It can take a while, but even if at the end of the day she says, oh, it goes against you, you've got evidence to show your children, I wanted to see you. I did it the right way. My intentions were always pure towards you.
Heavenly, I want to clarify something here. Madam Obikese mentioned here that this private court, everything, she has seen a case that lasted 4 years. Now, community one, I want to ask you a question. Your own going to court, which is the right thing Heavenly said you should have done, it took you 1 year, but you now gave up. But somebody is saying that you should have given up. Can you tell us why did you give up? So that
Because
Heavenly might have something.
my mental health was getting disturbed, and I discovered there is no power I have as a black man and as an African in England and as a man competing against a woman. Then I prioritize my life. I prioritize my interest. Is it like I want to continue struggling a case I can never win and continue wasting my money and getting disturbed every day, or I want to live my life? So I prioritize my self-interest because I've tried everything I could as a man, as a good father. It never worked out because I was in England. So I prioritize myself. It is a
For the
case a man
benefit
can
of
never win.
people that are not here, can you tell
Yeah.
us the last incident that happened between you and your son when you are on a bike?
Yeah, I saw my son on a bike at 9 o'clock, and he's in year 7 in the college. And there was a court order for me not to see them, which has been revoked, but I never know how to go about it to see them. And I was deprived from talking to them. I worked on the bike. My son called me, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. And when I heard it, I saw him before he called me. I tried dodging. But when he called me, I had no choice than to answer as a father. And I said, Oh, wow, this is 9 o'clock. Why are you just going to school? She said he's been the one taking the junior one to school because the mother went for a night party and didn't come back on Monday morning. So that's why he's got late. And I gave him the bike that next time you go late like this, use this bike. It makes you go to school on time. Take 20 pounds for your junior one, buy something for her, tell them that he missed them. And after that, the caseworker in charge of the case called me. I have collected house for 5 months, did not come and check the house, which they were supposed to come. And she now called me. I was happy to talk to her that I've collected the house, expecting you to come so that my kids will see. She said that's not the reason why she called me. The mother has raised a concern that I saw my son and she's got evidence. I gave me a bicycle and 20 pounds. That have breached the court order for me not to see my son. And I asked her, are you talking about my son or your own son? He said, Yes, your son. I said, Yes, I didn't go looking for my son. I was on the bike, I ran into him, and he called me. I would never want to be a father that would be like denying my son. And I talked, and he never even talked to me up to 1 minute because he was already late. And I left. He said, I've broken the law. We will meet in court. Then I gave up.
Is this person that called you that you have broken the law? Is it a social worker from a local authority or from CAFCA?
It is for CAFCA.
The guy, like a guardian.
A woman. Yeah, she's from CAFCA. The woman that was in charge of the safeguarding
appointed by the
documents.
court as a guardian, children guardian.
Yeah. They actually appointed one man before, and 3 weeks after, there was no turn up from them. So they later on changed it to a woman. So it was woman that now messed the case up.
So she said you will meet in court because you have broken the law.
Yes, please.
And you are the one that applied to the court.
I applied for the C100.
For C100, but everything is now turning against you.
It was turning against me. They were giving a lot of series of allegations I never had again.
Are you regretting that you should have waited?
The best thing I would have done since I left home, I wasn't supposed to have even answered court when they gave me a non-molestation order and a non-occupation order because I was not living in that home again. This document was supposed to be given to somebody who lives in that house for him to evict the house. I was not living there again. 5 days before they brought this thing. So the regret I had was responding to court. Since I don't live there again, I should have just neglected everything.
Let's hear from people whether they have advice for you. Heavenly, did you hear that?
So in terms of going to court, people always look at, oh, they've got evidence against me. Let's review it. You saw your child initiated contact with you. You gave your child advice in regards to his education. He raised a concern with you. You gave him money. You sorted him out and you left. Did any harm come to that child? Absolutely not. Was your child distressed in any way? Absolutely not. Did you initiate the child or do anything threatening or could have caused any form of harm to your child? No. So if somebody says to you, I will meet you in court, that's no problem. Let the judge review the evidence.
Yeah, something came up when my son got home. When my son got home, the mother saw.
Hold on. You will contribute. Let Emily finish.
Okay.
So that's the first thing. Don't always look at court as always against you. 2, for many years now, the courts are trying to actually encourage more fathers to come forward. They've even got policies now, policies everywhere about fathers must be included. So, for example, with even local authority proceedings, one of the first questions the court will ask is, has the father been contacted? You must state why there's no reason to contact this father, or the father's not been included, or it's not in the best interest of the child. If the father is in this country and you have contact with his family, they will say then, is there anybody in his family that can also support with the children? So please do not see it as the UK law, or because it is predominantly women that you will have contact with before you get to court, that the judges are against you. The judges actually do want to see more children with their fathers, because there's been so much research now about the impact on specifically Black boys of not having fathers around. So the judges do want to see fathers have contact with their children, because they know the outcome is much better. So in private proceedings where you are representing yourself, they will give you opportunity. You might be thinking, why is this taking so many years? They're stressing me. No. They ask you for lots of evidence to make sure that whatever decision they make, it cannot be overturned or challenged. So hence the reason it takes really long, rather than them making a quick decision that's not in your interest or in the child's interest. So if it takes long, that is fine, because then the final outcome will be very detailed and will be for the child's benefit.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to be sincere. The caseworker, when he was challenging me saying my son had broke the law, then I said, if it were to be his son and his son has called him or her, would she not have answered? She was unable to answer my question. And what she said to me was that, and when you saw your son, you gave your son a bicycle, you teach your son to lie to the mom that he saw the bicycle on the road. And I told her I never trained my son to lie, because I was raised as a Christian and I trained my children in the way of God. I will never lie, tell my son to lie. And she asked me, why would my son have lied? I said, I see no reason why he would have lied. Probably he's afraid of the mom, and he's afraid probably the mom will use him seeing me as an evidence to punish his dad. That's the reason why he would have lied. And she said, okay, we will see in court. Then I was like, oh, I think my child to have even seen him giving a bike unexpectedly is going to put me into more problem, because they are planning to get me into trouble.
I think
Over this case,
there was a guidance statement. There was a guidance statement regarding that. I read something like that.
But even the guardian statement, he then responds to it. So if the guardian states he saw his child, he broke the conditions of you then have the opportunity afterwards to respond to it. Yes, I did see my son on this date. This is the circumstances. Once you give the circumstances around it, if this were to happen in future, I do apologize, Your Honor. I am unable to ignore my children, who I am making all efforts to have contact with, because I love them and I care about them, which is why I responded to my son's need. So it depends on how you then respond to it.
Madam Obikese, Heavenly, I would love to have a chat with you. I will send a direct message to both of you later on after the program. Please, do we have any other person to contribute or to share experience, please? Mothers, come and speak up.
I would like to contribute. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mama. Are you a professional?
Okay. I'm not a lawyer. I just want to speak into not the legal aspect of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Are you a professional in social care?
No, I'm not.
Okay, go ahead, Mama.
Okay, what I was going to say is, sometimes when it comes to this kind of friction, one person needs to be the bigger person. That is why when it comes to mediation, it's very important for that to happen. Now, someone is already angry. The woman in question, she's the one that is angry. So she, like he has said, she has said a lot of things. Now, the only thing that can help is when he becomes the bigger person. What do I mean by that? You can keep saying I'm sorry when you're not sorry. Very soon these children will be 18 years old. When you met your son, you would have immediately, when you saw him, you would have called the mom. This is what I'm going to do. Or even if it's not the mom you're calling, if you're calling the social worker and you're collecting evidence, because again, what they're looking at is evidence. Telling somebody if it's your child, what would you have done? You see all those things, they don't really care. What they want is evidence. So now you need to start documenting anything that is happening. And you need to always tell your children at any point to speak the truth. Maybe the boy did that thinking he's trying to maybe protect the father, or he doesn't want to get into trouble, not knowing that he's even putting the dad more into trouble. So again, as men, apologize to the woman, even if you're not sorry. Tell her how sorry you are. You know it's your fault, because the marriage is obviously over, right? Because it's anger that is causing all this. All this forth and back is because one person is still angry. So let her know you are sorry, you're sorry, you're sorry, you're sorry. Till the child turns 18, you can stop being sorry, where they can now decide, okay, this is where I want to live. And again, take evidence. Whenever you see your children, they make first contact, make sure at that point, if it's the social worker you're supposed to contact, if it's their mother, oh, this is where I am and I saw those children. Be gathering evidence so you don't put yourself into trouble. But most importantly, don't give up on your children.
Thank you very much. Do you know what happened? When I saw my son, it wasn't intentional. And at the initial stage of this case, when I had left home, when I received the non-occupational order, it was in that non-occupational order and the non-occupational order that she said, over this matter that she has raised, I want to call family members to talk to her over this matter to settle it, that she doesn't want any family member to talk to her over this matter, and not even me. That if any family member talk to her over this matter, the police should go and arrest me. So there is no way I could even talk to her. I've never talked to her since then, and I've not seen her. When anything that the court says I should not do, I will never do it. They said I shouldn't contact her, I shouldn't talk to her, I should go near the home, and none of the family members should talk to her over this matter. That was what she stated there that she won, which the court gave the order. So up to this moment, none of my family members can even call her, because she said if anybody calls over this matter, the police will go and arrest me. And it was in the court order like that. So no family member could talk to her over this matter. Nobody could talk to her. She remains the superiority. So what should I have done in this case? So there is no way I could have, if I call her, I'm breaching the court order. So the moment I saw that court order, I even deleted her number from my phone so that there will not be a mistake of calling. So that she will not take that as an evidence. Oh, there is a proof he has called me. So what should I have done in that situation?
Madam Eze, have you got something else to say? Ola lost three.
I'm tempted to ask him what he did, but again, like I said, that woman is still angry. Something has happened.
No, you are not tempted though. This place is a free place. We respect people's view. Now, ask that question, please.
Because again, like I said, I'm a woman. I know when women get angry. I know when we start telling someone off or cutting the person off, it's because that person has hurt us in a way that
yes, you've asked that question.
It's impossible to forgive.
Someone
so that's why I was like, what did he do? He
so
knows
yes,
this person.
Someone, Madam Obikese has asked that question. What is the situation? What's happening in your marriage? And Madam Eze was not here. They're asking you now. What have you done? Did the woman caught you cheating? What happened?
No. She said she doesn't love. She says she doesn't love me again. I'm not her standard.
But what did you find out? What did you find out happening in the house?
It was because she has white men and she used to have sex in the car downstairs. And this was happening for 18 months. I never complained, though I showed my son I woke my son someday midnight. I said, come and see what your mommy is doing as an evidence. And the day I told her, this is the reason why you told me you don't love me again, that you chase me back to Nigeria. He said, I'll continue giving you problem. You have to leave this home. And she was being racial to me and trying to create a domestic violence till I made up my mind to leave home. And that was what led me to leave home.
So you
And that was
decided.
what led to this. I left home for my sanity.
What did you ask, Madam Z?
I thought I heard he said he cheated on her in Nigeria.
Did you?
No, never. We were good families from home. We don't quarrel. We were good family. If I have a woman that is not good, I
How
will
long
never
have you been married in Nigeria before you come to UK? And how
we
long
have
did you
been
stay?
married. We have been married for 11 years in Nigeria. We only stayed in UK for 8 months before the problem started. So 6th week we got to England.
We want more fathers to speak up. We want more women to speak up. This is a
6
family
weeks we
matter.
got to England.
It's
6 weeks we
affecting
got to
our
England.
children. This thing is affecting our children.
6 weeks we got to England. My woman has a friend that she normally calls. Hello, my friend. Call your white boyfriend to come and take me to school. I've dressed, I'm ready.
No, what did you say again? We can't hear you.
I said 6 weeks that we got to England. My woman has a friend that she will call in the morning. Hello, my friend. Call your white boyfriend to come and take me to school. I have finished dressing up. And I never knew all those things will still have a feedback, which I never knew.
11 years versus 8 months in the UK. 11 years in Nigeria versus 8 months in the UK. And the first accusation.
Just tells us that something was going on behind the scenes. Nobody just changes like that.
Let us make a public announcement now. I think I beg everybody. The public announcement is that if you are that woman that this story looks like your life story, we would like to hear the second side of the coin. If you have lived with your husband in the last 11 years in Nigeria, and until you came to UK under 8 months, matters started happening, and you made allegations against your husband that he slapped you in 2013 back in Nigeria, and because of this, you want to get non-molestation order. It's not difficult if it's your story. Please, all women in the UK, I know the women in the UK platform, they are hearing this now. Please share this video. We are on YouTube. Share the YouTube channel. All the women in the UK, put it in every WhatsApp chat, put it in every Facebook, every Instagram. You can screenshot this video now. Share it. If that story is your story, come on board, because women must get justice. Justice for that woman, because this man cannot come here and be lying over your head and it will go like that. It's not possible. It's not possible. Women support women on this platform. Save the Woman platform needs to fight for you. Your voice must be heard. In fact, your ex-husband now, because we cannot say your partner, your ex-husband now, or the father of your children, we must take him to court for lying on your head. We will fight for you. That woman, we must fight for you. Ella B, you can come up. I hope it's not Ella B. Ella B Glasgow. Is this your case? Come up. This man.
Can I quickly chip in, sir?
Chip in, mama.
Hello, everybody. Can I please, good evening, everyone. And thank you, Mr. Save the Woman for.
Your background is not good, though. You need to leave that background area. We dey hear some underground there.
Very program blouse. I won't say only in UK. What is? Yeah, this. Yeah. Can you lower that TV, please? What I discover is most couples back in Africa, before they travel to diaspora, some men seem to be controlling, kind of. That's the way the woman sees it. So when they see the men are controlling, and there's an adage that says in Yoruba that until your hand touches the harvested tubers, you don't ask for the death that kills your father. and Yoruba is means Towen Yobatita Ikuda. So in short words, most women are waiting for that kind of freedom. Some men are so controlling, they see their wife like a slave. Let me say it that way, that they're the only one that can advise or bring ideas up. Their women don't have time, or they don't allow their women to interact with them, to bring opinions, they don't rub minds. So once these women get to abroad, or let me say diaspora, they believe they'll grow wings. So those are the things that are happening presently, and this is affecting many homes in most African homes in diaspora. So until we change our mindset, that's why some of these past men don't bring their women abroad with them. They have abroad wife and they have African wives. So now that families think, oh, I don't want to be paying two sides. Let me just bring my women home down to wherever I'm going. This is why all these homes are breaking under months. Even some are weeks. Once the woman landed in the airports of wherever they are going, they believe will have grown wings. You see them start bringing issues up. Even the things that they cannot say back in Africa, they start bringing it up. Oh, my man did this, my woman did this, blah, 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 blah. And they know that abroad favors women. Once your children loves you or you are giving them extra care, some men don't have time to even see with their wife or children back in Africa. So once they get abroad, all they're thinking is, oh, because I've been the one catering for you, my woman don't have a say. My wife don't have a say. So we have to be careful before you leave back home. Think about your lapses as a man. Can you stop? Sorry. Think about your lapses as a man. Try to come together with your wives or your children. That bond, that family bond is very important. Even some husbands prioritize their own family over their wives, and these are pains in the heart of some women. So when they get to wherever they are going and they believe that they've got power, they turn it upside down. So men have to be careful the way we behave, even though we have a wife. Okay.
So that means some marriage is empty marriage. People are bringing.
Don't believe that they don't have any say.
Madam Shizon says some marriage has
exactly forgetting what you be.
So Madam Shizon says some marriage has been broken. So who they carry empty marriage come UK? You better think twice whether that marriage you they carry. You think say you they carry marriage come UK?
Men should. The thing is, I believe that some men don't actually know that there is problem in their marriages until they actually cross over. Because this, I don't know what happened. She just changed. It's weird to me.
I have something to quickly say before I leave. Is that all right? So, because I had experience of this issue. Can I say something?
Yeah, you can say something, Mama.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I have something to say. This is my first time to be here, and this happened to a friend I know very well. Now I can listen to the man saying that he didn't do anything to the wife just changed. I don't want to call him for data protection. This is someone I know very well here in the UK. They moved down to this country just about a few years ago. And I observed what she was doing wasn't good. I was like, why are you doing this to your husband? You're a married woman. And I don't like that having to be my friend. And she vividly said to me that while in Nigeria, the husband was dating everybody during their tenure back home. And the husband even went as far as dating the younger sister, which he was caught in the hotel, but they didn't do anything with the sister. She planned with the sister. So obviously, what am I trying to say? Like what the lady just said to me upstairs there. When you are back home in Nigeria, you must, I don't know, I'm not blaming the man here though. Only you knows what you must have been doing. I'm not saying you are cheating or you are abusive, but because you are in the UK where she feels that now she can do what she wants to do, that is why this is done. And now let me ask you a question. You mentioned that you caught your wife doing something with your Yibo and you ignore. Are you having a life? as a husband. You caught and you call your son, come and see evidence. To me, that's ridiculous. A man, you just say that casually, which means, I don't know, if you've been guilty before and you don't have power to control her. I don't mean to control her, to talk to her as your wife. Why are you doing this? But you just said it casually, you know? So I don't know what you did to her. I'm not supporting women that flirt, but you know what is happening
Yeah,
between you.
because there is nothing I could do as a man in UK. A woman that has been promiscuous and doesn't talk to me, all I do is just pay bills in the house. She goes out the way she wants. I don't know how when I only pay bills. Then if her starts
I
taking that
understand you, sir.
serious, don't you think
Having
I will
with
get
my
into
profession,
trouble?
sometimes if somebody come to me and say you are sick, I don't assess you just being sick. I will assess you holistically. Are you eating at home? Are you depressed? Are you financially okay? That is where I bring the holistic care to you. Now, to me, I don't want to say something. This is like a sympathy, something. To be honest, to me, I'm not judging you, but I don't know who.
How I wish this video, please, those of you in the women in the UK platform, we are advertising this video is on YouTube. Save the woman. Share this, crop this out. That woman is listening to this, and I'm sure the woman might even be in FYP now. If you are proud of what is happening and you want to, because this is happening and affecting our children in African community. I've got the audio here. There's a woman, Blessing. I want you to come up, Blessing. NHS. If you are there, I want you to come up because I want to say a statement now. Those of you that you are at the last program we did, people were praying for us, people were commending, and a woman came to my WhatsApp and said everything we did is rubbish because we are only just supporting fathers. Like, we are condemning social worker involvement, we are condemning police involvement, and we made it clear we are not condemning anybody on this platform. We are only asking people to share their lived experience. In fact, it was people that talk on that day. The person said, I shared that story. I did not share your story. It's not your story. Like this man that is talking today, I can tell you I have platform. Oh, Community One, go to that WhatsApp group. Check how many fathers in that group. It's a similar cases, similar incident, same story, same treatment from the professionals, same treatment from CAFCA, same treatment from family courts, same treatment from local authority social workers in the northeast of England. So if this man is telling his story now and somebody is in the FYP, it is not your story. It is what is happening to this man. So if it is your story, come on board. And honestly, the woman dropped message, a lot of curses, a lot of emotional talks. I'm telling you, I will play your audio one day because you even signed a consent form to come to Save the Woman to support you. And we supported you, but because we don't want to be biased, everything you told us, we said until we get involved with the meetings with the local authority, with the professionals, before we can support you. We are not biased here. Don't come and cry to save the woman because you are a woman. No, we have to make sure we balanced opinion views. And because we don't want to support you like being biased towards your husband or father of your children, you got angry and you drop a message, you drop a lot of curses. And you actually say it that your husband was beating you in Nigeria, even beating you in the UK. We condemn this. How can a man beat somebody? It's not possible. How can a parent even beating a children? It's not, we don't accept these things. So if we see that the story you are giving us is not adding up, we cannot be confidently supporting you because there are a lot of people that want to bring this platform down. A lot of people are in FYP, they cannot even be proud to come to this platform, but they are listening to everything. They are even sending our video to judges in family courts. West Northamptonshire Council, they dragged us to court like 2 times in last year. Durham Council, everybody. Sefton Council, Sheffield, they are taking this video to court. So that's why we say anything you want to share here, be respectful, because the judges will listen to all these things. Be respectful. And we want all the social worker, Association of Business, Association of Social Worker, they should share this video. They should use it as a training platform for themselves rather than condemning. A social worker got angry 2 days ago. We are still waiting for our worst to do our worst because she wants to treat the family badly now just because the family spoken out. We are talking about incident happening and referral to Lado, the consequences of this on parents. Some employers, they don't even know what the process of Lado is all about. Once they hear that Lado make the referral to them, they suspended, they dismiss the people. They terminate their employment immediately without even further evidence or final investigation. Or if these parents, the cases have been closed, they've returned their children back to them, but they lost their job, they lost their sponsorship. And we are telling this social worker that before you make this referral, try to consider these consequences and also give us reassurance. What support are you going to provide to this African family if they lost their job because of your referral? And she fled up. She's a Yoruba lady. So please, this platform is open for everybody. We respect mothers, we respect fathers, but we value children and family as our priority. And professionals are welcome on this platform. There's no law we are breaking in this platform. The video are fit for purpose. Anybody can take it to any court. We are ready to go to court with anybody. Blessing. Somebody said what we did last time was it's not helping. We are encouraging women not to go to court, women not to go to police to report. Why are we not going to say you should not report if it's true? But we don't want false allegations. Madam Joy, you come up. Do you want to say something? And Grace, do you want to say something? Those of you in comment section, if you want to say something, please come up. So, fathers that you are abusing your women, please, enough is enough. Those that are abusing their children, please, enough is enough. We are supporting child protection and safeguarding, and we have to promote that in our community.
Oh, so I think I think this is my first time on your page, by the way. The name was a little bit deceitful compared to what was on the poster and I think the topic for today. But I actually thought it was I don't know. I think you're male focused. You said you have pages for that, and I have nothing against that. I think my only should I say recommendation or kind of advice to add to the work you're doing is if you have this amount of men in a group saying that social workers have treated them this way, and they all seem to have the same story of I don't know what I did or I didn't do anything and this just happened. I guess it's probably time we start asking them, more in-depth question about how did we get to this point? What's going on? What's making these women react this way towards the people just when you come to the UK? And I'm not trying to, say that there are no women that want to alienate the fathers or that they don't want there are no women that are making things difficult for the men. But it's just something to be aware of and for men to realize that UK system, I think if we can remove this belief that the system is there to favor the women, a lot of men will relax a little bit and actually make research for themselves and find out how to fight for custody for their kids, as opposed to just hanging up the towel before they even start the process.
Thank you very much. I just want to clear the part you said the topic or the name looks deceitful. What do you mean by that?
So the topic says, well, your poster says a cry for help. Social services has ruined my life. your name says the woman, but the topic is about parental alienation, UK says, and then you have that groups mainly for men.
We have group for women, we have group for men, we have group for young people.
Save the women, why not save the children?
Save the woman.
You know what I mean?
What happened is this. Probably you need to have a little understanding of where we start from and what is the journey so far.
That's why I said it was deceitful. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying save the woman seems to be like a gender specific role that you're playing, as opposed to what I'm seeing here that you're trying to fight for everybody. That's my point.
Even fathers also come to us. They said, why only saving women? We said to save a woman is to save a nation. When you save a woman, you impact on the child, you save a child, you save a family. But the beginning of this program is empowering women in prison because of the level of their minority in Africa in prison system, and they are not getting the right support. However, when we move to Middlesbrough, we realize migrant community are really being disadvantaged, especially the children from unauthorized community. And we have to continue providing that service that suits families, but we continue with the name. We can't change the name, we can't alter the name. It's now left for us and for the people giving testimony for people to understand the work we are doing. So if people come on platform or just fly one day, they might not actually get the clue of it. But when they take a time to invest their time by subscribing to our YouTube channel, by following us on this program, by going to our website, they will learn more of what we do. In fact, you will see how women, mothers are crying and how they are rejoicing for the support, the services we provided. We are very proud of what we are doing. But people look at it from the outside, they might not really get that clue. So that name is not developed, it's not being come out by ourselves, it's out of the service we provide, but the service is now grown beyond. So we just have to tell you the story. So sorry for people that they might not really or might be misled or misled by the name alone, hearing the name alone. And this man, this poster we shows here, is one of the background we've got, because this man cried out from West Northamptonshire Council when the mother had a baby and they were taking the child because of FGM, and they were not getting the right support. And that was when the father cried out after the mother reached out to us. And
finished yours.
Madam Joy, I hope it's food you are cooking. You have to send my own. No, you know I like food. I will send my postcode. Don't finish it. I think I'll beg you. Are you aware of Save the Woman? Are you aware of Save the Woman before, or is this your first time?
To be honest, I'm just seeing the group for the first time this evening. I'm just scrolling by, and I decided to stop and listen. And it's actually a topic that I'm really interested in, and I wish I actually found the group months ago. Maybe you would have been such a big help for me in particular. But it's good, the thing you're doing, trying to help not just the women, but also the men as well. Because I know, sometimes it can be on the receiving end, because the system actually favors women more and all that. But sometimes it's not always the case. Sometimes, it doesn't still favor the women.
System doesn't favor the women.
Sometimes it's
not for everybody.
Like in my own case, the story actually, if I start to say, it's going to be here all evening. But just to sum it up, me and my partner, we had things have been very, very, very under pressure for a long time since we got into this country. Let me just say that was since 2022. So, I actually feel emotional talking about it, but it hasn't been the best experience for me. It hasn't been the best, even coming from Nigeria. But in a way, I think we were able to manage it. I wasn't really under so much pressure. It was no, it was the head doing everything and all that. So every other thing that came with that, it's not like I was comfortable with it, but I still wasn't under so much pressure. As coming into this country, I had to like also work, and it wasn't here at first, and then later came to join me. I came into the country with my kids still very, very little. So that was one of the challenges, childcare, I have to work, I was schooling as well. So that was so much pressure, and I'm this kind of person that I've always like been the kind of person that kept to myself. So asking for help wasn't really I wasn't really big. There was even a time I was carrying my baby to class, and I couldn't walk for a space of time until I eventually got work. But along the line, it came to join us and it just became worse. Lots of challenges, pressure from my own job and everything. But eventually, the whole thing, fell apart, and I had to. He moved out, going with his own part of the bill for that month and everything, and just left. And I was left on my own. I had to move out of the apartment we were staying there because I couldn't afford it on my own. Got somewhere, and then I had to like start looking for him because it wasn't just making any sense anymore. That I hear fathers here saying they're fighting for their kids, but mine was the other way around. Just disappeared into thin air. I had to go to his place of work to dig him out. I had to go there and just act like a mad woman small so that people can actually come to my aid, and colleagues and family and stuff decided to talk to him, and he finally contacted me, and I said, okay, I can't do this on my own. There's no way you're going to leave me to raise two little kids by myself in a country, and I have to like work because we're all under this sponsorship and all that. And my job isn't the best situation because it's this domiciliary care, and you are gone for so many hours, but that doesn't mean you're getting paid for all those hours, and just so much pressure and everything. So in my own case, I had to like go and look for him. I was getting so many advice. Take him off the COS, do this, do that. But I just didn't see myself. I don't see myself as that kind of woman that could. Maybe if it hadn't gotten to that length for me, but I just felt reluctant going to that extreme. I just said, I just want him to come and at least be involved in raising the kids. I don't want to have to do it on my own. And, but I just wish I had.
It's never too late. It's never too late to seek help. It's never too late. You understand what I mean? To seek help is never too late. And this is why we tell people that it's time for us to learn and unlearn. It's time for us to educate, empower ourselves. In fact, I do go to churches and give this kind of information to people. I'll be in all last Sunday in September. I'll be in Blackpool third Sunday in September, Saturday and Sunday. So anybody around there, we will advertise it shortly, because it is time we need to start educating our families, our communities. And we have Afrocentric Parenting Program where we run for people, but we did it free for people at some point. But at this time around, we are asking people to pay for it, because the system getting involved in your life, the professional getting involved in your life, they are getting paid. You know what I mean? So, and we need to also sustain our services. But it's getting through that education is really, really important. Prevention is cheaper and reasonable. We did a special program for men. We call it Art Talk. That is where we tell them the responsibility, the parental, the involvement, the importance of getting involved. You can even be there physically and you are not there connected emotionally. Like now, look at this situation now. the man even ran out, and somebody is looking for that person to come and take responsibility. And you know that leaving that woman alone, she will be overwhelmed, she will be overstressed, she will be mentally distressed, like exhausted. What do you want that child to turn to? What do you want those children to turn to? And this is another man now saying he's fighting for his kids, and we've got others fighting for their kids. And at the end of the day, which children are we talking about? African children. What do you want them to turn to? What do you want them to turn to? Pastor Sam, good evening. Take a mic. Pastor Mike, take a mic. Good evening, sir. Is this your first time on this platform?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. This is my first time. My name is Pastor Samuel Akingbade Oyelekan. I'm glad to be here. I just ran into this page this evening, and I'm blessed by the reason of the work you're doing here. May the Lord bless every one of you on this platform in Jesus' name.
Amen. Let's blow a trumpet for you. Thank you for that prayer. We need prayer these days. The work is not easy. We are getting being condemned. We are getting being battered. We are being betrayed. But because we know it's for family, we would never stop doing this because of all these little prayers. People actually appreciate, and we will not say because one or two people are not really saying it, we will stop. No, we are reassuring you, and we want you to do us a favor. Please follow this page. Please share this page. Please go to the YouTube channel, subscribe, join membership. You are paying for TV license. Why not join membership as well? Supporting us with those little tokens. So, did you have anything to say regarding this? Do you have anything to say? Ade what is this? It's another Ade Dodger. It's another mother in the house. Do you want to share? Do you want to contribute? Inspiration. As you are supposed to message me, I haven't heard from you. Inspiration. Those of you in comment section, tell married people to do the right things. Sir, Baron, please, you can take a mic. You can come up and expatiate more. What do you mean by right thing? Somebody just said something here. If I say it, I hope you not condemn me. Oh. Say yes. Hello, say yes. Oh, wait a minute, Mama. I want people to say yes. If I say this thing now, you will not condemn me. Say yes. If you're not going to condemn me, say yes. So I want to make a comment. Mama, why is it you that first say yes? Mama, she's somebody said, is it Timmy that said that some people get husband abroad or wife abroad and wife Africa or husband Africa, or somebody, is it that you should bring empty marriage, or you should, because I don't know what right thing this man said we should tell the married people. What's the right thing we should tell? I want the man to come up. That's why I said this thing, that comment too. And we want to understand. We don't want to live in that priceless good. I don't go say that one now. You know, say you are too jealous. If I said that now, say I won't get a abroad wife, I won't get Niger wife. Can you tolerate that?
Woman, let's make you save the family. And what I said was, men are prioritizing themselves in front of their women. They put their own personal family over their women, forgetting that their women is not their family. They still feel that their partners are like slaves, and their own younger siblings and their parents are superior over their wives. So some women are already holding that in their mind that, oh, let me get to where I'm going. I'll show you more than what you expected. So that's what's really happening at the moment.
Thank you, ma. People are just putting comments. I don't want to come up. Make it come up.
I want to talk now.
Oh, you're talking now. Let us Nishi Abi, what's this thing?
Hello, good evening, sir.
Pronounce your name for me first.
Osni Choco Pops.
20. What's the meaning?
Don't worry, it's a long story.
Okay.
Sir, I know you don't know I'm the one talking, but maybe as I keep talking, you might like taken in from my voice. One of the people you're mentoring at the moment about the issue on social worker. You know, as I used to say every time with you, is that most people do not know like what the saved women are doing in the lives of we women, or let me say parents generally in the UK. Just like I used to say, you know, I wish maybe back home when every one of us are applying for UK visa or anywhere visa, Afrocentric courses is being included, especially for parents. I've been under the Saved Woman because I didn't even get to know this organization before until when I'm involved with the social service and everything. And it pained me that I wished I was aware of this organization because I know what they are doing for people that are involved in social service case. I'm one of them, and I said I'll always be an advocacy for them. So I think we need to like broadcast this organization very well so that it could reach everywhere, everybody in UK. Because I was in excess and I never heard of the word before, but nothing I found out now. So just like I always said, every one of us that are in the UK, we need to be in this organization to know what is going on, to know what everybody, each family are facing with social service, with whatever thing that is happening, you know, because we all came here wanting a good life for our kids. And at the end of the day, you know, when you get to UK and things happen to UK, and you get to like keep asking your question, did I do the wrong thing in bringing the children here? I think we all had these courses, these Afrocentric themselves women are offering families. We will have known how to deal when such issues arises, how to care for our kids, how to mentor our children, how to respond, how to spot when like a child is going through something that can raise concerns in school. So I know, you know, this is my first time of speaking, so majority of people don't know what Saved Woman is doing, but I will say, me for one, Saved Woman is really doing a lot. They're helping parents. If you don't know what is going on, you don't know. But what Saved Women have been doing in people's life, in fact, I cannot quantify it. I cannot. They have helped my family. They are still, in fact, I don't want to speak because I'm going to get emotion. So I don't want to get emotional. So, Mr. Adede, thank you so much. Thank you very much for all you have been doing, for all the families that you have helped and you're still helping too. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I want us to just spread the word around. Save the Woman is an organization that is very important. Every African, ethnic, Caribbean, we need to be under this advocacy to know what is going on, to know how to safeguard our children, to know how to deal with them, how to approach any single little things that we don't even think that can turn to a big or escalate into a big issue. This Afrocentric course, I just finished it, and I know it really opened myself and my husband. It opened our eyes into many things that we don't even think that it can cause an issue or it can escalate. So let's just keep spreading the word. We need to let the whole Afro-Caribbean, you know, let us know that there is an organization that really help family, how to parent children that we are bringing into the UK. Because we don't want to, we all bring our kids here for a better life. But if we are not really careful, we will get blaming ourselves for the decision we've made. So thank you very much, Mr. Dedai. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mama. Honestly, I cannot pick up. I can't pick your. I can't pick your voice, but message me on WhatsApp. Thank you very much for. I can't.
Okay.
See, I get many queens voices I hear every day because when they cried, we have to think of the journey they are coming from, and the system policy is designed before you come over here. They cannot change the system for you. They cannot change the policy for you. It is you that you need to learn the way to swim through this in the best interest of your child, in the best interest of your family. You will pay your time for it. You will use your mental health, your energy. You won't get paid for it, but people working will get paid for it. So we need to educate our communities because this is affecting our children, and our children is impacting them negatively. When there's a dispute in a home, when there's a, even if there's an abuse going on, how can we educate people to learn those things, for them to feel the impact, to know the consequence of their actions? Some people will be stepping on your toes. They don't even know it's paining you because you are not speaking up. Now, when you speak up, you didn't speak up in the right language, you didn't use the right word, it might even escalate the matter. So if you want to learn more about Afrocentric parenting course, go to the bio, click on it, it will take you to how to register for it. Or go to Save the Woman website, click on the icons of it, search courses, or Google Save the Woman course. It will take you to the website, to the page of the course. Register, and one of our team members will reach out to you. Madam, I want to ask you a question. They might have not taken your children, or they might have taken your children, but somebody sent me a message. I asked the person to register for the course, and the person said she can never do any course because until she gets her children back. Do you think that response is good enough? Because taking the course does not even say you are not a good parent. Taking the course does not even say your children will not be taken or can be taken. Is to open your eyes. Prevention is better than cure. We've got referral from many local authorities. They're already in care proceeding in court, and they said the court direction is they need this family to go through this course for them to be able to reassure or rehabilitate their children back to them. And they got their children back. But you were saying you don't want to learn because you want to get your children back. That means you are not ready to even trace your steps.
I believe if I had like do the course before, I wouldn't be in this situation that I am currently, because I will have known how to manage everything. I will have known when to spot when there is a concern, when I can raise concern with the school or anything. So this course is, that's why I always said it. They should be like implementing the course for every parent at the point of embassy, that if you want to go UK as a parent, go and do this course so that you will know how to monitor your children, how to talk to your children, how to parent your children, because it's very important. If this course is, I have done the course before, I will not be in this situation. And I always advocate this course for all my friends that I know that are parents, that if you know you want to successfully raise your child in this UK, go and do this course. Because to be honest, it's like a war against we African that we don't know. There is a war, hidden war against us, because the moment they see that you are an African, you have a kids, they have their own like, oh, I said before that there is a social worker that told me that, oh, you are Nigerian, we know that you used to eat your children with stick. Once they know that you are an African, there is this assumption that they know your culture, they know how we raise our children. So basically, just like that, they have their own agenda. Even you take your children to school, you are doing everything because of their African kids. They already have like, oh, this is what is going on in this family. This is how they are raising their children. And they know how to pick the brains of children. But as a parent, if you don't have an idea of this Afrocentric parenting course and the child is at home, displaying some kind of attitude, and you don't pick on it that, something is going on. This child, somebody is saying something to this child. If you are like nonchalant, you don't get to see those signs, those early warnings. Man, it will be difficult for that person. No, it will be very difficult. This course for every parent needs to go under this to know how to raise to parent children in this UK, even not in all these European countries, because there is a war against all Africans, and their target is to take children, especially if you have 2 children or 3 children in the same school, and they see them, it's hot cake for them, because they know if one child made an allegation, they will not take just one child, they will take all the children. So just imagine someone that has 4 kids, and maybe it's just the youngest child. There's just the youngest child made the silly allegation. They will take all the 4 children. There is an hidden war going against all African parents just to take all our children that we are not aware of. So please, everybody just needs to wake up. So once you do these courses and you know what to do and you know how to like safeguard yourself from them, you know if your child is raising any concern, how to manage it. That is just my own point too. God should help us.
Thank you very much. So please, you need to spot if your children are going through a lot in school. Not until the school gets something else, and before you know, they start investigating. There are a lot of people that they need to pay emotional attention, like, a lot of children are being bullied in school, and you think you are the only one facing a lot of challenges at your workplace. You are stressed up, you are overworked. Please, you need to prioritize your children. That is the key word. Prioritize your children. If you know you want to live and survive, there are a lot of people parenting good, but there's no way every knowledge is waste. You can learn more. Yes, take your mic. Take your mic.
Yeah. When I moved from Chapel Town in Leeds to Huntcliffe, my family, then I used to be one taking my kids to park because I used to play with them at home. So in that new environment, I discovered some young boys who are calling my boys Edward. They call them Edward or some kind of a name like that. And each time my first son comes to tell me, my daddy, these kids are calling me this name. I said, I don't understand what it means. After like 2 months, my son find out N-word. It was N-word. My son find out the meaning from his colleagues in school, and he told me, my daddy, anytime we go to park, these children always call us N-word. N-word means a black nigger, and it is illegal to call somebody a black nigger in England. That the word is always used in America. I said, oh, it's okay. Then I spoke to a friend of mine about it. And he now told me, next time such a thing happens, I should go and report at the police station. Because the kids are still young. They started calling them N-word. And it was my son that even find out the meaning. By the time they grow to become of age, if somebody calls them N-word and they were against it, that they want to fight back, so that they will not use racism to win them. There would have been a reporter some years back. They used to call my children N-word, which I don't like. So there are some certain things that we parents, we need to do over these kids to protect them as a father. And when you are being sidelined, the children are exposed to a lot of potential risk. The safety, there is no father that will be far away from the kids and will very safe the kids are in the safe hands. There is no father except you don't love your children. No matter what kind of safety they are giving them, when you are not with your children, you always just use God as a Christian. Just continue to pray to God to protect them for you. It's traumatic, it's challenging, it's depressing, but what can we do? We are hopeless and helpless. You people need to save us. Our voice is to be heard. Most especially in a situation where the woman has been clever to allegate. The tool they use when they go to the UK government and fight for domestic abuse, nobody wants to listen to you when you have that kind of an allegation. You might be right or you might be wrong. Nobody wants to listen to you. Nobody wants to make a thorough investigation over this matter and ascertain the fact and the reality in this case. Then you are vulnerable. You lose your family, you lose your own home, you lose your children. A lot of parents don't even have access to the children. Again, a lot of men are in the cell in UK there because when they try to avoid everything, when the woman tries to perpetrate a lot of shit and you don't even take to it. I've seen a situation where the woman slapped the man and held him and called police. I never leave the man to police form. They never listened to the man. The man got kicked away from the home. And the man never did anything. Men are really suffering. This thing needs to stop. There must be an advocacy to speak for these men. Men are suffering. We should not come to UK to start suffering. Everybody has equal right under the law. Back home in the days when we were in Nigeria, no matter how bad Nigeria is, there is still equality before the law. Everybody has a right, everybody has a say before the law. But in UK, once you are a man and you are a black man, shit, you have to suffer all your life. It's not supposed to go like that. We all come to UK to have to better our life, not to come and spoil the life, not to come and lose our. Nobody comes to UK to come and lose their home. If we don't want it better, we wouldn't be in that country. Now look at the disadvantages of coming to that country. There is no home that comes from Africa to UK that doesn't get destroyed. Why is it happening like that? It will be looked into properly. This is a problem, and it will continue to be a problem to our generation. Except you people stay in your country. You go to England, you are in trouble. It will be looked into. Thank you very much, sir, for this contribution.
You're welcome. Afro Chris, you are asking whether the course is free. Yes, in 2020 we did it free, 2021 free because we got some funding, but we don't have the funding for it again. And we are doing one free per year, but any other cohorts people have to pay. And the more people pay for it, the more we get another cohort arranged. Or the more we get referral from local authority. We just finished with 2 local authorities last month. They paid for the parent to come and do the course. So it has to be paid for because the money they are spending in the care proceeding is not small money. So we cannot continue doing free for people. But for people that needs to have that knowledge, that not everything you did free for people value. So if you have some funding or you are a philanthropist, you can give us funding. We will make it free for people. But if it's not within the time we do free one per year, then people have, if it's outside that, then people have to pay for it. But when you register for the course, one of the team members will reach out to you, follow up with you. You will know the price. You will know if you want to make a arrangements. You are free to speak with the team. But register for the course is the beginning, and we are not forcing you. If they tell you the cost fee, if you are not comfortable, if you cannot afford it, it's not by force. But if you value knowledge, probably you will appreciate it. But if anybody is on this platform or you know of funders, let them reach out so that we can give the course free for people. And in embassy, if you know majority of people in embassy or home office, they can also fund the cost to reduce the level of. We have supported family local authority that their child protection cases has reduced 27% in a year, and it's even reduced the workload of social workers. So that is it. Oh, Miss Chris, take a mic.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I kind of come into the conversation a bit late. I appreciate that. But when I joined, I heard a lady speaking about children's services being, in effect, being racist, and then having judgmental views against Nigerian or African families. I am a qualified experienced social worker, although I have left the profession. I just wanted to understand what this group was because somebody's forwarded it to me, and also just to see if I can help anybody with anything moving forward. I know you're just talking about a course that you're doing, but I didn't hear all of the details of that. Unless it's better for you and I to kind of maybe have a conversation outside of this.
Yeah, that would be great. We can have a conversation after this. Yes, I will message you.
Okay. I'm actually in the process of starting an advocacy service for people that have children's services involvement. So yeah, if we could have a conversation out of this, then maybe we can look at a way we can work together to help support people that are going through children's services and the mistreatment of some of the practice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That would be great. And there are some universities that are also approaching us to work with them to do some evidence-based reports so that some social worker will not say this na lie. They will know it is evidence-based support. like lived experience needs to be incorporated in the policy, in the process, and it will be a learning tools for professionals. We are letting.
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. However, I think sometimes, okay, I think a couple of things. I've worked in local authority areas that have a low number of, and I say this term loosely because I hate it, ethnic minorities. And I have noticed that some of their practice is extremely judgmental. They are very opinionated and have their own preconceived ideas as to the family functioning. Me being black myself, I understand the different parenting styles of ethnic minorities, so Asian and black families versus Caucasian families. And what I've come to understand in my practice, I've been practicing for over 16 years, is that as a social worker, I can evidence anything that I want to. Because it's about how you write what you're writing. So you don't have to say, I categorically saw this.
Do you have anything to use to eat it?
No, don't worry. Someone just they were eating alone. They don't even post anything to me. Soul.
I thought we were all invited. So sorry, let me cut my sentence now. So I feel like whilst we want practice to improve and to be better, and for every social worker to come from a lived experience, logical perspective, until that happens, we need to safeguard ourselves and our children by understanding and challenging the practice that is happening. And that's what my advocacy service is going to be doing. We're going to be challenging these social workers. We're going to be looking at the statements that are made by social workers and challenging them and pushing them to evidence that. And we're also going to be, what I also want to do is prevent things from escalating from an initial assessment into care proceedings. Because too often I see that a number of steps are missed, and instead of providing support at early stages, it just escalates and goes into care proceedings. I personally feel like a number of social workers do not believe that we as Black people are able to efficiently parent our children. And that blocks their working with us completely. I'm a little bit opinionated myself.
Thank you very much. I'll follow you back. Obikese, please follow me back as well. I will message you on the what's that person's name as well before that contributed?
Osni Choco Pops.
No, not you. There's somebody again, one of the professionals. Heavenly. Thank you, Mama. I will follow the three of you. So we need to have some discussion because this work cannot be done alone. We need collective efforts to come together and to advocate for better understanding, improvement in parenting, and whatever idea you think we can work together. Oh, Miss Chris, which part of England are you?
So I'm actually not. Even though from the accent you can hear that I grew up there, but I actually currently live in Ghana. So I tend to spend about 6 months of the year in Ghana and then come back to England for a bit.
Okay, that's
really caveat. Any work that I do has to be remote because I'm not actually in
remote service has been proof effective since COVID. We never knew it's going to be helpful, but it's a good tools because when we started the course, we wanted to do face-to-face course, but due to COVID interruption, we have to do virtual, and it helps people to join from any part of the world because we are raising global child. Every child coming to Africa, getting to England, going to US, Canada, Sweden, they should be able to have the same knowledge, understanding. Parenting it should be kind of, let's exchange knowledge. There are better ways, and there are people that they go through some level of chastisement, they learn from it, but at the same time, is this still encouraging? No, there are better ways, and domestic abuse.
And I think it's about reaching the balance. So I feel like with social services, I've had families that are coming because they've been physically chastised, and then the social worker has wanted to go into court to remove the child. And whilst I do the advocacy, I will always advocate for the welfare of the child and in the best interest of the child. But I'll support the parents to understand what that looks like and why social services are involved, but also to help parents identify what they need to do differently. So there has to be a level of understanding. Actually, physical chastisement in the UK is not overly illegal.
Illegal in Scotland, though.
Yeah, Scotland and Wales.
I'm talking about, I only know mainland UK from where I've worked, but it's not actually illegal.
Yeah,
it's about the
in Scotland. In Scotland,
in
2020, it's been illegal. In 2022, it's been illegal in Wales. In 2023, they want to make it illegal, but the judge rule over that. However, there are some children charity organizations that are appealing that judgment in the process. Like, if you cannot be allowed to touch an adult, then you shouldn't be allowed to chastise a child. So they are still in the court, like fighting that out of the court. But the judge presently in England is parents can reasonably discipline their children. But how do you defend that reasonably? That's a big clause for us.
But I don't think it's that big though, because I feel like logically, if you smack a child on the bum for doing something and the child cries and responds and there's no injuries, marks, bruises left, then is that proportionate? Versus if you then pick up a cane and hit your child with a cane. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not physical chastisement.
Yes.
I personally do not do it. But I feel like children's services need to have a measure of what is proportionate and what isn't proportionate. And that shouldn't be based on that actual worker's own personal perspective.
Anyway, we have a lot to chat. We have a lot to share together. And I believe meeting you today has been a blessing. And I want to say thank you for taking time to stay back. Obikese, thank you so much for taking your time as well. Immigrants, today we are talking about parental alienation, mother or father using children as a weapon against each other. And before you know, system getting involved, whether either of the parents approach the court or approach the police in the first instance and it gets a case. And we've seen a mother here today saying a partner walk away out of house, leaving the children alone to the mother. That is an exposure at some point, because if you get to a state, that person will get overwhelmed, like stressed up. And before you know, even two parents in this country managing children, child care is very, very challenging. How much more one party leave the children to one party, or how much more one party is avoiding the other party to have access to the other kids. It's not a mentally suitable for any of us. Immigrants, have you got something to contribute today? Mama, immigrant voice.
Oh,
Ekale.
yes, good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Have
Sorry,
you-
I just saw the live and dropped in.
Have you finished cooking? Should I send my postcode?
Yes, I have.
Should I send my postcode? Any advice?
Receive it, receive it, receive it.
Is that in the name of Jesus?
Yes, there's been what? Yes, so receive it in Jesus' name. So yes, sorry, I know I dropped in late, and yeah, there's quite a lot of cases like that, to be honest. There's quite a lot of, lot of BNE, going through all of this, especially, for some, they see it as taking advantage. For some, it is that, they are just tired of their their marriage, and a lot of things go wrong. And that's why, you have to make sure that one has to be sure that one's marriage is fortified before you come abroad. For those of us that have come from any part of the world, as an ethnic minority person, because this country will test you, you know. Staying abroad will test you, will test your patience, it will test your marriage, it will test everything, you know, you've ever committed to. And you know, there are so many families that are going through one thing or the other, especially when it comes to, you know, safeguarding our children and all that. And whether from suddenly not loving anymore to, you know, children being affected in one way or the other. There's so many, so many. And it's something that I think I'm really interested to hear a lot of views tonight. But I think one thing that I state as an example is, you know, the visa issue of, you know, even after people have left their partners, then they start, I think some of us must have seen the case of someone that sent their partner home. You know, that is a very critical issue. And I keep telling people, try and make peace as much as possible so that you're not sending your partner away. Because being a single parent, I will look at it from a different perspective, you know. I don't know what people have said, but I'm sure I would have, either I will be touching on what someone has mentioned, or, you know, it would just be a different perspective, is that, you know, try to make peace. I know, except, yes, in case of violence, like we always say, it will be a leave. And I know lots of people have experienced that. But, you know, let there be an understanding that you can still keep your partner in country for your children to still be having that access, you know, to your partner. Because when you become, some people become single parents, they send their partner packing, they send their, you know, their spouse packing, not just packing out of the home, but all the way back home. And then they start struggling with the children. And then before you know what's going on, the children are gone to social services because they find it's difficult managing the children. Because remember, you have to work, you have to eat, and then, you know, I keep telling people, some people, we can do it. By the time children are left alone at home, then it becomes an issue. Children are going home to school alone, then it becomes an issue. By the time they are not getting you, they don't have access to you, they can't speak to you for your children, or, you know, the children in this country, they speak a lot. They will go home, they will get to school and say one thing or the other. They will tell their friends. I'm sure I've shared on this platform before how, you know, our own daughter, you know, someone told her, oh, you should call the police for your parents. She got to school that morning and said, oh, I just had a little, you know, just normal children talking. And, you know, just told her friend that, oh, that he spanked her. And yeah, from that, oh, you can call the police if you're spanked or something. But yeah, it's just all about that balance, just that understanding for parents and children. And it's a lot of pressure, you know, when you have to deal with social services with your children and all of that. So yes, one partner or the other, try to make peace and keep your partner in country. I think that's what I want to really focus on, you know, the issue with visas and all of that, where one parent decide that, oh, the other person, they are no longer together, and then they start dragging. Sometimes they're not even officially divorced, but, you know, it's about that you can no longer be my dependent in one way or the other. So there are lots of issues, to be honest, and yeah, it's something that I think God will help us with.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba. Oh, so clarify for founders. Do you want to take a mic? And you have to reassure that you post that food you are cooking, you are sharing alone. No. So clarify. Are you still there, or you are eating? The food is in your mouth.
I'm not eating. Sorry, I don't have much to say. I just asked a question because I haven't gone through all these hearings or stories. I was privileged to attend your course when I came here 2022, and it was so helpful.
Did you pay for it that time, or it was free?
It was free. You were doing bonanza that time.
No more bonanza now.
So the course has been so helpful, even though
some people think we are forcing it on them, and that is why if you pay for it, then you value it. So, but we are glad you benefited from those free slots. Congratulations and thank you to National Lottery Fund that time. They were the one that gave us, yeah, they gave us fund that time.
Yeah, I think I've been going through some messages and some information. Parenting requires a lot of skills, and you can't work it alone. So that is why your course, I've been advocating it. I'm sorry, I'm just telling you now, telling a lot of people about it who cares to know. When you know better, you will do better. So your course is to help people to know better so that you could do better. You don't fall into traps ignorantly. So thank you so much. I don't have more to say, but I've observed something that here we've been discussing about spanking children, beating children. How about verbal abuse on children? Because I've seen some non-Black folks abusing their children using very strong languages. So why this not causing problem? Why only the African way of disciplining children that is causing this problem?
Maybe Madam Obikese can answer that question. She's one of the professionals in the house. Are you still there, Madam Chizon? That's one of the good questions. It's only professional social worker that can answer that question. I'm not a social worker, so if she's available, she will answer that. If you are still here, you will hear the response. Wise choice.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for an interactive section. I've learned one or two from those who have spoken before me. I just want to add a bit of knowledge to what has been said so far. I've also worked with at least about 3 different local authorities here in the UK, though not as a social worker, as a housing officer. And we constantly have to raise safeguard and share certain information and all of that. But what I would like to say that should be emphasized more when we're talking about parenting and children and all of that. I love what I think is the immigrant's voice that mentioned about the power of 2 raising that child. The same way, it's not always very easy for one person to conceive on their own without sexual or without having contact with someone else. So also I believe it's very, very difficult now if one person is left to look after the children, even as mentioned earlier, even 2, we are still struggling here because you want to balance it. And my message here will be directed more to the men that if you want to raise your home the way it's done back then in Africa, you may find it that it's easy to say the women are rebellious. That's why you want to just chip out and just leave and just give up everything and leave her to raise that child alone, or leave her to raise that children alone. I just want you, if you can emphasize more on the dynamics here, that okay, sometimes what we've learned from our own parents or fitting into this society. Let's say, for instance, back home you have help, so you can afford to be doing all those breakfast, lunch, dinner, and they are just serving the table. But what you find that's easy for us here is cook, freeze, and let's just do this together. Just make it work. But I think from the the men's perspective, they just want to carry on that. And if you don't do it, you don't bow, it causes lots of confusion, lots of chaos in the home, lots of will I say fraction and all of that. And it's something that now boils down that the children, they say when two elephants are fighting, it's the children that suffer it. So I think that's one aspect I would love to emphasize more on, that we should do it more like a teamwork. Don't do it because, oh, that's how you've known, that's what you've always known. You're like trying to force your way towards everything. Let's all see it. I think the more education that we acquire in this line, the more we are able to like enlighten people, liberate people, and say, yes, but how many people can afford to take like two people, like two nannies here assisting? But back home, a lot of people, it was easy. In fact, some of my friends, before they got married, they would say, oh, before they when they are going to their husband's house, two people are going to follow them. But here you can't afford that. So if you are having to juggle work responsibility, workload, I think someone also mentioned that it's a lot. You're having to do that, juggle extracurriculum activity for these children because you want to give them the best of what you couldn't get, that you know that is still within your power. Like for instance, me, I don't know how to swim, but I try to make sure that, okay, this is an extra curriculum. And so many other African parents like that, they want, oh, okay, let me maybe take them for football. So there's a lot that's consuming the time, and you're still trying to find a balance so that the home doesn't suffer. And if you now find yourself with someone that does not understand all this and want to just have an African home here in the UK, it causes a lot of struggle, and the children are the one that suffer. So that's what I just want to encourage. Yeah, I'm sticking to the topic because the topic is about children, but we can't really focus on the children without talking about the dynamics within the home. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's still within the same arena, but just because today's topic is specifically parental alienation and the UK system, the involvement. But the reason why we get to this stage is because children, child protection, safeguarding matter. So everything has to do with family. We are here for family as a whole. Actually, we've really had good discussion when we started, and I think people are not talking more about this parental relation now. So that's why this topic is surfacing. So it's still within the line. Immigrant, do you want to say something around that? Inspiration, I brought you up before. Do you want to say something? Pastor Sam, do you want to say something? Yeah, inspiration.
Yeah. Yes, I want to contribute. All right, thank you very much. Well, let me use myself as an example. I'm going to touch on the aspect of the alienations, and somebody raised the issue of the fact that we should also educate, school our men to know their responsibility and how to behave, so to speak. That's the way I can interpret that view. I want to say that when I came into the UK, of course, by the grace of God, I'm a pastor and I'm a lawyer by training, and I practice law. Even up to now, I'm still reading their laws because it's quite different from where I'm coming from. Still reading their laws to find out how do I navigate around this. And recently, my children called me. Because for me, I used to have the kind of meeting with my children, with the family. We sit down, we analyze issues, we discuss challenges, we discuss what we've done well and all that. And in course of this meeting, one of them said, "Oh, Daddy, I discovered that you are so calm now." And the question, that issue is coming from the fact that back then at home, I have different cane for different set of age, and they know the place I keep it. And at times, I would tag their name to do the canes as arranged. Once you hear and there's a need for discipline, I will ask you to go and bring your own portion. Now, they discovered that I no longer do all those stuff, and that I'm now engaging more in discussions. So, of course, they are enjoying it. That was why they raised the issue that, oh, that has actually changed and all that. And right within me, the reason why I'm doing that is not because I love God, it's because I don't want to go to prison. Now, I've been able to reconscientize my mind from the way I was behaving back there at home in Africa and the new system now that I found myself. So, the best bet is what is good in the system, what is good in their rules, what is good in their way of life. I've been able to tap it and begin to use it. Now, I heard of a family, I don't know them, I heard that they had issue with social worker and they took all the children and they're still battling. In fact, the woman has developed a particular ailment now. They're still battling it. Now, I believe that there is a need for parents who are coming into the system to know what is obtainable in the system and know how to relate with it. If we're able to do that, it will help us to kind of rejig our brain or restart our brain, so to speak, so that we know that we're in a different land with different culture, different way of life. Now, I'm going by those men that actually abandoned their home and left the children for the woman to cater for. Well, I won't be able to say much, but I don't think a right-thinking man, a normal person, will want to abandon his children, no matter what happened. Just like women in Isaiah chapter 49, verse 14 to 17, talks about, can the suckling mother forget her suckling child, that she will not have compassion on the child of her womb, though they may forget, I will not forget you. I don't see a man that is reasonable to abandon family and say, okay, you can just take care of another. Now, for these women, no, we have some women that they bottle up issues before they left Africa. They bottle up issues. Why? Because they are not operating from the same level of how would I put it? The same level of strength, so to speak. Permit me for my choice of word. They are not operating from same level of strength. Back there at home, the man is the commander in chief, is just whatever, because he's the provider, he does everything and all that. And the woman does not have opportunity to say her mind, to hear her own views and all that. No. Now, many of course, because we can, as far as marriage is concerned, we will always have one thing or the other we need to work on. We have issues we need to talk about. But when you now put the woman in that level of disadvantage, that because you are the breadwinner, you're providing everything, and she doesn't have any say, she doesn't have anything. Your own is just say, this is what you do, and the woman must fall in line. Now, and apparently, the woman now found herself in a civilized society, and you are still treating her the way you used to treat her back home. And these are people that already they are working, they're engaging with other people, their views and all that. And this woman is not the same woman you brought from Africa. A lot of things has changed. Now you begin to see a little restraint one here and there. You begin to see some rebellious act. The fact that the woman is now educated, she has found herself in a new place and getting to know some things differently. That her dignity, her pride matters. And you are still treating her the way you used to treat her back home. The woman will want to do one or two things to say, oh, let me excuse myself from you, or let me find a way to send you back home. And believing that she could take care of you, of course, when you have misunderstanding or when there is an offense, you don't take time to ponder on the issue, the pros and cons. You just feel like, oh, if of course, as soon as he's gone, I can take care of everything. Is it not to work and all that? But thank God for those wonderful speakers that spoke the other time. It takes two to tango. A woman cannot single-handedly train the children. The same thing happens to the man. You cannot do it alone. So there is a need for. I like I don't know if she's the last speaker. I said for you to have those children, it takes the contact of the man and the woman. Honestly, that is philosophical. Now, it takes the two to sit down to give those children a direction in life. Even those who the two parents, when if they are there and they have children, they are still praying to God for those children to be successful, for you to be well behaved. Let alone when the one is absent and the other is now struggling to be the father, to be the mother for the children, and vis-a-vis trying to work and cater for them.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We those points are very, very valid points, and thank you for that. Oh, I've got Digan here. Oh, what happened is the topic of today is parental alienation and the UK system. One parent walk away, one parent is fighting for kids, and one parent is avoiding contact or is using children as a weapon. We've got a father that's spoken up, and we've got another mother that also share our ordeal. But we can only have people that talk about it if they are willing to talk about it. We open this platform for people to talk about that parental alienation, and those that try to get contact. How did they see the system? Is system supportive? Is it being helpful? Or that has constituted a lot of other issues. And this is why people are talking about the importance of contact, the needs of family being together, the needs of prioritizing children. So, Degan, do you want to contribute to this, please?
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for sharing and the recap. So I think when we talk about parent alienation, it's, we have to remember the person who's the primary carer of that child is the one that child lives with, is the main parent. Yeah. Now that parent, they should be civil with the other parents, whether it is a father or a mother, whatever. They should be civil. But when there's relationship breakdowns, there's a lot of a lack of communication. People don't know how to be civil. They remember the trauma of the relationship, and unfortunately, there's lots of parents that will weaponize the children. And this happens all the time. We see it all the time in the court system. We want people to be civil for the sake of the child, and the focus has to be the child. But this doesn't always happen. And so the first point is to you should write, if you're a father and your relationship is broken down, you want to have contact with your child, you should try to speak to your ex-partner and maybe write a letter, speak to her. If she doesn't speak to you or reply to your messages, write a letter to her, send an email or send a recorded delivery, and keep evidence of what you sent, and say, I like to see my child, these are availabilities that I have. On a Saturday, I can have her from that time to the other, or I can have her on this day. I can come and pick the child up, or we can meet halfway. So you should write to them if they're not answering your phone calls and texts, and then keep evidence of that. Send something on recorded delivery, that you send that letter, and then wait for a response. If they haven't responded within maybe 2 weeks, write a second letter and say, and then write, if they still haven't responded to the second letter, and there's no they're not communicating with you, they're not making arrangements for you to see your child, do a third letter. And then after the third letter, I would say, and keep copies of these letters. It's very important, just not sending them by email, but also sending them on registered delivery and keeping the receipts, because a lot of parents will say, well, I haven't heard anything from them, or I haven't had any text messages. If you send any text messages, well, please print them all out, because when a father goes to court and he makes an application, right, to the court, which is a childcare arrangement order, he wouldn't have to do that if the primary carer, the mother of that child, had given him access and was civil. But unfortunately, that's why it's gone to court. He's had to make an application, he's got to write a position statement, you upload your evidence. The evidence is all those letters that he sent and text messages. So that shows that he has tried. And sometimes before they go to the family court, they may go to family mediation, and he may pay for a family mediation service, and they will write to the mother, and then they will ask her, look, we've been contacted by him because he's written to you, you're not responding to the letter, he wants to see his child, could we be the mediators, could you respond to us? And she might not even respond to them. So then obviously the final draw is then go to make an application. And, to make that application to the court, you probably need to get a solicitor. It's a legal system, a legal process. It's going to cost him money, yeah? And he wouldn't need to go through this if the person who's the primary care for the child would give him access. But unfortunately, I have to say that there's many, many women that do also weaponize children against their fathers. It happens all the time. They can't be civil, and vice versa as well. Everybody has their own reason. There might be a woman who's gone through trauma or domestic violence as well. So she might want to go through the court system because she finds it really triggering, for her it triggers her to even communicate with her ex-partner. But it's always best, again, we have to bring the focus back to the child and the child having the right to have access to their parents, whatever's relationship that's happened, you can't put that on the child. The focus has to be the child. There's all sorts of allegations that are made, all sorts of things are written on the position statement, and that's when the court comes in. It also capitalizes it. A lot of people don't understand that they do capitalize on this because it's going to cost that father a lot of money to go through the system. He's going to have to pay for the contact, supervised contact. You have to pay for somebody to assess him, and there wouldn't be a need for any of this, right? If people were civil. The other thing I suppose that's happened over the years that I've seen is there's an app that they have that they use the courts. So if contact is then arranged through the court process, they give before people would the judge would say, okay, I'm giving him contact. There's an agreement that you meet him at the shopping mall. You're giving the child on that date and that time, and then you've got to communicate with each other by your text messages. But sometimes what happens is the parent might say, "Oh, the child was not well. Oh, he wasn't able to. She was sick, or I was running late. Oh, I didn't get the message." So the way we resolved that many years ago, the court system, is they developed an app, and that app then everybody has access in the court who's involved with the case, whether it's the social worker, whether it's the judge. So we'll be able to see the messages. So they can't say they haven't sent the message, or we'll be able to see their communication between the two parents. So that happens as well. They do use that app, and they have to download it. And it just shows the communication, what we're seeing. But honestly, it happens all the time. I don't believe we need to go to court. But unfortunately, people do have to go to court because they don't know how to be civil, and children are weaponized and used, and 100 excuses will be made, but the focus always has to be the child. The child is the one that sees everything, because two parents can't be civil for the sake of the child. And you know, and that's why it's really important to keep your receipts. I remember many years ago, a father, he used to come, he used to travel like 3 hours to see, he was a doctor, he used to travel 3 hours to see his child. He'd rent an apartment for the weekend. He would travel from his city, and he had a busy job as a doctor, and he would come to see his child, rent an apartment, go and see his child, spend the weekend or the day, whether he was coming for the day or whether for the weekend. But he kept all his receipts, and he just wanted overnight stays. And even though he was having contact with his child, but it was had to be, the mother said, oh no, because it didn't go for the courts. There's something that they did, they were being civil, but she still had boundaries. And she said, no, I want you have to come to the city, and you have to see him in the city. He's not coming to London. And that doctor, he remarried, you see, and she didn't want her son, her 5-year-old son now, to even visit the father's house with the new family, and he had other kids. And it was really, and he just kept his receipts and everything. And what he did was he tried to be civil with her for many years, and then at the end he took her to court to get the overnight contact. And she was in the States, and I remember just advising her. Sometimes you're advising people and they just don't listen. And we say, look, is his father, he should be entitled. Why don't you give him? Oh no, I think he's too young. I don't want him to give it overnight. And the father took her to court, and he got the overnight. So he got the weekends, the holidays, and the overnight. And he showed all the receipts and the money that he's sending her every month, and every time the petrol money, the apartments that he would, the Airbnb that he would rent. So this was, the father was very dedicated to see his son, but he was having barriers to have the overnight. So there's sometimes cases, sometimes people could be given, might have contact, okay, between, they might be civil in a way, like letting the child say have contact, but then the mother or the father, whoever is the person that's causing the problem, will not allow overnight contact, so they're not being civil about that. I mean, the way the court system do it is we do it in a way like gradually. You first have supervised contact, then unsupervised, then you have overnight stay, and then holidays, and then you come to an agreement like the 13 weeks in the UK school. You're like, okay, I have him for the Christmas for 1 week. I have him for the half term in October, in February, maybe 3 weeks in the summer. So you balance it out, and that parent would obviously take time off. And the other thing that it would do is you meet halfway to meet the child. So that father would be traveling all the way over 3 hours, over 200 miles to see his child. The court made the mother travel halfway in between to drop off the child. So they would meet at a center point between the 200 miles. Yeah. Rather than him traveling 200 to get his child and take him back. Yeah. They said, oh no, you got it. So the court ordered you got to travel 100 miles. Yeah. And meet halfway and give the child to him in that city. And that's how they did it, so that happens as well. So it's always best. So what they look at is try to be fair, but sometimes it's not always fair. It's really, I think it's just, it's capitalism as well. People, the court system do drag on for a long time. They do make money, try to be civil, focus on the child. That's all I say. But there's so many different cases, and there's so many stories to tell. So many cases, but like I said, there's no need to go to court and put the application in if you're civil with your ex-partner, and focus on the child.
Thank you very much. Because concern of people now is going through that court. Some people say it takes a year, it takes 4 years if it's private court, and the cost implication, and even the CAFCA's appointment getting across to children going through this is not easy. But what option is left for people that they were concerned about the timing of the courts or the cost implication? What else can they do when the other party is not allowing has not utilized mediation?
I just think you got to build up your evidence, right? And like I said, don't do things verbally. You know, you got like, you send the messages, you don't delete the messages, you write the letters to them, write them a very nice letter, you know, and make sure those letters that you send, that they've signed, like as registered delivery, that they've received it and signed for it. Keep your receipts, and that just shows to the judge that you've got evidence that you tried to be civil with your partner, and they've not responded. They've ignored you. You know, they're showing their power, so they're weaponizing the children. And what a good parent would do would really not use the children. So it's not really about it's really about that person. What they do is they've got power. They've got the child. You want to see the child, but they're not letting you see the child. They won't be civil. They're ignoring your letters. They're ignoring your phone calls, your text messages. So it leaves no alternative for that parent who wants to see their child to go through the system, through the court system. But before you go through the court system, there's family mediation. And then the court would want to see, like, have you contacted the family mediation service? You know, back in our culture, African cultures and things, we'll get family involved. So they have family mediation services here, but it does cost money for those services. You would have to pay for it, and they will write a letter to the mother and say, look, we've been contacted by the father. He sent you several letters. He's called you. He's texted you, and he's not got any reply to his he wants to see the child and he wanted to be civil, and his availability. Is there any way that you could we can be the mediators and make an appointment so we can get your side, you know, informed? And then if she ignores that, then they would do the same, you know, write a second letter, third letter, and then that would be evidence that she's been destructive to not allowing the child to have contact with his father. So then that's all evidence against her. And honestly, when the judge sees that and they see the evidence, they don't like it, you know, and they don't like another parent stopping the other parent. Because once a person's is the legal father, they should have access to see them. And it's going to cost him money, and there will be no need to go down this route, because obviously they're going to. It can take up to 2 years, the whole process, and you could have spent nearly £15,000. You know, with solicitors' costs, with court costs, with supervised contact. You know, so that father's. Not person has the money. Some people represent themselves, so you know, but unfortunately they have to do it.
Yes.
So yeah, that's the downfalls of it, shall I say?
Thank you very much. I've been having a lot of missed calls here. A lot of people want to talk to me, and we've spent quite a number of hours here. We started 6 o'clock, but we started late anyway. But it's almost 4 hours now. I think we would like to call it a day. This topic, we expect people to engage more. A lot is happening. Is it that people don't want to talk, or what's happening? Because parental alienation is happening seriously, and the involvement of system, we need to understand what's happening. We need to know how to support. Thank you so much for those insightful contributions. If anybody wants to talk on this topic, or what advice you've got, or what experience you've had, because we see the father that tried to do those things, but he has to give up when he has gone through mediation, doesn't work. He initiated the C100 form through the court. He has stayed like a year now. They have not made a decision where the children should live, the children should live with, and he gave up. And we've seen a parent here chasing after somebody to come and be part of life of these children. What is happening? There's these different stories everywhere. What can we do as a community? should we call it a day for today? I think people have had enough engagement, and the number is dropping.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Inspiration.
Good evening, everybody. I don't have a life experience, but I just have a little advice to just share with the house. I have a friend that is actually going through this now, and I've tried to tell him to talk to you now before it's actually get out of hand, but he's not ready. That aside,
before you go further, just keep encouraging that friend. Is he a male or female?
He's a male.
It's always difficult for them to speak out, and for them to speak out, we need to commend them. And before they can speak out, they need a lot of support, a lot of encouragement. Don't get relent. Keep encouraging him, and if possible, share this video with him. If you watch from beginning, you will hear a man that speak out, and when they start seeing men speaking out, then probably they will get that confidence out of that. Is Degan, is it difficult? Has it been difficult for men to speak out about abuse or whatsoever? I will come back to inspiration. What could have been the issue? Degan, have you got experience of that? Difficult for men speaking out or seeking help?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah. Concerning that question you asked, I'm a typical scenario of issues about men speaking out. You know, the African mentality we have, there is no man that will have the confidence to come out like my woman is punishing me. In terms of the African mentality, I want you to have that fact. It takes confidence and boldness and a lot of frustration you have faced for you to speak out. No African man with African mentality. It is a shame to come and speak such a thing out. So a lot of men die in silence. Well, it will have gone to the level where things have done more worse. Like in my own case, things has got damaged. When I was supposed to have even spoken out, that people will have said, this is what you are facing. No, no way, this is not supposed to happen. I was unable to speak out. I was covering shame, enduring a lot of things that I was not supposed to endure. I wish I spoke out on time. That people have come to my aid. There will have been proper correction. But in UK, there can be no correction. They will still come supporting the woman. That is my contribution.
Thank you. Inspiration, take a mic.
Okay, so like as I was saying, some of these issues happen. The truth about it, this sorry to use the word, most of these marriages are failed back home before these couples came overseas or came to the UK. Some of them actually use it as a compensation package for their partners. Maybe things has happened back home. They just felt, okay, let me bring him here, let me bring her here. Maybe that will make her happy or that will make him happy without actually knowing the intention of the person you are trying to compensate for whatsoever that has happened back home before you guys came here. That being said, I want to shake tables small. I know growing up in those days, my father will always tell me that when you want to marry, you should look at the foundation of so many things, of the homes we are going into. Truth being told, some of us that are from Africa, we have so many. It's just that Christianity these days, we've removed the aspect of Christianity and spirituality away from so many things. So when things are happening, we just look at it with the physical eyes, with the physical thinking, or just the physical belief that it is a normal thing that happened in the UK or happened abroad. But some of these marriages that started from beginning, sorry, I know some people will be angry. Some people are from broken homes. Some people married from broken homes. Some people married from battered home. When I say battered home, what does it mean? You know that this man you are getting married to, the father is beating the mother. Or this woman you are getting married to, she's from a broken home. Or this your partner you are going into, there is something that is there that You know, if it happens in a marriage, it's not something you want to hear about. But some of us went into those marriages like that in the name of love, or we can change the narrative. Fine, we got into it, and some of us didn't settle these issues spiritually before we came abroad or before we came to UK. Some of these issues were not settled spiritually. So it's like something that is like should I say a generational thing that is happening. Because you can't tell me you marry somebody from a broken home and you came abroad and you think what has happened 10, 15 years ago will not happen again. Because my father will tell me that if you marry a woman that her mother is not in a man's house, how do you think your own wife will stay in a man's house too? So those are some of the things, because come to think of it, if you are really family oriented and you are having issues with your partner abroad, your first point of contact should be your in-laws. I was so surprised when that man said the wife told her rather that nobody should call me from Nigeria. I don't understand. They should be your points of contact. Your family, your mother-in-law, your father-in-law should be the first person to say, my wife, don't do this, or my in-law, don't do this. But when we cut off these people away from our lives, the family orientation is already gone first. Then when you look at the homes you came from, you didn't settle some things, background spiritually and everything. You just carried yourself and you came to this country. These things are bound to happen. So what am I saying? Some of this is sometimes we don't just look at them with physical eyes. We should try to still look beyond physical and try to address it spiritually. Are there things that has happened in each partner's life in the past, or is something that is a family thing? That okay, let's see how we can deal with it spiritually. And you see when you bring these spiritual things into it, maybe prayers or actually doing deliverance and everything, some of these things are going to just normalize. You think that maybe is the government or one thing, but some of these things we just normalize. So for those of us that have not gotten into these things, please, when such things are happening, we should first of all look at the generation. Where are they coming from? Don't just dive into it. When your wife is misbehaving, your husband is misbehaving, is it something that is in the family? So that if it's going on your news that is the first point of contact, start with that one. Don't just leave it. So she has come to UK, she's misbehaving. He has come to UK, he's misbehaving. Aura for aura, egusi for egusi. You start doing yourself, and at the end of the day, the children are the ones that are having the ill part of this whole thing. So we should not just look about this whole matter as physical, 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 physical. That is just my own contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very important, those points as well. Yeah. Oh, Asandi, have you got something to say? Omelemu, wise. Omelemu, have you got something to contribute?
Yes, I have something to contribute. I'm on my way home now. Just like 1 or 2 minutes now, we'll get home. So I
Okay.
will not have time to say whatever I want to say.
All right, when you get home. Wise.
Okay, sir.
Wise choice.
I'm just coming in. Please, what is the topic all about? I'm just coming in now.
Parental alienation and those in the UK system getting involved. What has been the experience, and one party uses children as a weapon against the other. What could cause it, and why is it happening? Like for instance, we've got a family that they've married for 11 years back in Nigeria, but moving to UK within 8 months, everything got scattered. Why 11 years versus 8 months? Has something happened in that 11 years that is not revealing, or is it just within the 8 months exposures, or what has happened? Have you had something similar? Are you in the UK? People in the comment section, if you want to contribute, please let us know so that we will swap people on the box. Say hi if you want to contribute. Osnick Shoko, or what's it that name? You are still there. Message me. I want to know you. I didn't pick up your voice. Message me on WhatsApp. Ebonluwa, you are free to send a request to join if you want to contribute. Do we have anybody that still want to contribute? While we are waiting for Omailemu to contribute. Immigrant, maybe you should help us with that few minutes before Omailemu gets ready. JJ, NM, Estilo, Ebonluwa, take a mic. And if the story the man shared looks like your own, please come and say your own side. Good evening, Ebonluwa.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. My only contribution is that I don't believe it's the UK that is destroying homes. If we notice, in Nigeria, we women tolerate a lot. A lot. Men misbehave a lot, cheat, and the like, but we be like, most of our families are in Nigeria, be like, I think they're calling your call. They'll keep enduring and the like. Me, I believe that if someone's home is strong from Nigeria, like if you and your husband are in good thing, if there is love, when you get to abroad, your home will blossom the more. I'm talking from experience. Because me getting here, I'm surprised that why the home break easily. You were saying something like that a marriage of 11 years and within 8 months, it got destroyed. Do you want to tell me that it's just that 8 months that everything just popped up? No. If we look at it very well, I don't know what happened, but a lot would have been happening in that 11 years of marriage. Because here, there is no law, there is no one that will partner the affairs with your husband. It's just you and your husband. I believe the bond, like me, from my home, in fact, we bonded more than when we were in Nigeria. Unlike when maybe the sister will just come and what does not concern them, they put their mouth. But here, it's just you and your husband and the kids. Okay, for instance, I have a friend. We got married the same year. This is my 6th year in marriage. This lady, her husband bullies her, torture her, and a lot. I can't tell her to leave. He even goes to the extent of beating her. When it goes to beating, I thought I was like, I could not say it straight, like just maybe go to your mom's house for a while, but she's not ready to leave. Okay, do you want to tell me this lady gets to UK? Everything she has been tolerating in Nigeria, can she tolerate it when she gets here? She can never tolerate it. So, in my own opinion, I just believe that a lot of marriage is just that there's not divorce or separated in Nigeria. It has collapsed. They are just together as husband and wife. So when they get there, you work, your husband work, with or without him, you're okay. Most ladies are, because of financial whatever, they are tied to the marriage, like where they want to start from. 2 children, 3 children. But when they get there, the financial stability is there, everything is working well. Okay, sorry, I'm at talk. All right. Do you understand me? So I believe a lot has happened in wherever they're coming from, particularly Nigeria. That's why I'm really beauty. That's my own point.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is why we want this video, especially today on, to be pasted in the Nigerian women in the UK, Nigerian fathers in the UK, diaspora men, diaspora women, so that this person might be even FYP. Just let's just have this talk. Like share your own parts. There's always 2 sides of coin. So we wouldn't want to be one center like. So it would be good. More men speak out, more women come and speak out. And also, how do we progress? What can we do that will not impact? There are a lot of marriages that you can divorce, but you have a proper arrangement with your kids. For the kids, no one should use children as a weapon against each other. Do we have anybody that want to contribute again before we round it up, before we call it a day? Choco Pops, message me on WhatsApp now. Choco Pops, say hi on WhatsApp.
And let me add this too. With my little experience in UK, okay, let me use a classmate as an example. Some women don't want to bow for their husband. Like, the husband is working quite alright. You know, we have to balance our work life. For some people are like, fashion, not fashion. No, I work weekend, I'm at work as I speak. During the week, I don't work because the husband goes to work. So I can take care of our children. Yeah, I believe it's not like I'm not saying we should not work or something, but we women generally, we should just, should I say submit or just calm down for our husband. Because, okay, if you work, I work, we are like I'm in competition with my husband. After it's what I'll provide for, let's say 60% or 70% for what we need at home. And mine is just support.
What we are hearing from some women, the man is not providing. No, some women saying that they are still the one, or they are sharing 50-50.
I don't know what to say. Is it possible? Why will a man not? Just like I said, some, you see, a lot of I don't know what to say. Okay, in my own time now, my husband pays the house rent. I assist to the bills. I pay the gas and electricity. I pay the water bill. I pay the council tax. So what, I can't call that 50-50. Let's say 50-40 or 70-30. I'm working. Why would I support him? And why would a man want his wife to do everything? Is he praying for his own? I don't know.
This is why we want people to speak out. There are lots. If I want to start telling story, you will not go tonight too, and we want to round up. Estilo.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Have you finished cooking?
Yes, sir.
or you are still in the kitchen?
No, not in the kitchen at the moment. Well, I'm so happy to be part of this program. I just stumbled on it. I've never been part, but I'm happy I joined this night. But like I used to say, marriage is very deep. Oh, very, very deep. What faces A is different from the side it faces A from is different from the B side, the other person's side. Like other speakers have said earlier, it's if the marriage scattered in UK, well, the issue has not just started from the UK. I remember when I first came and I have a challenge with what brought me in, and they were threatening me that they want to take the COS and all those. I was not happy because initially I don't want to come to UK, but I was pushed. So that turbulent time actually changes my attitude and everything. My husband's attitude too changes. We start quarreling and all those. That time it was so tough. I was even thinking, what am I doing in this marriage, you know? But when I thought of the other side, I was like, okay, if I'm not in this marriage, where am I going to be? Then I go to church. I was like, oh, in the Bible says he hates divorce. Then so what is going to be of my children's this thing if I decide to, just because I was facing a turbulent situations. And I did pray about it, like one of his speakers said. And after praying and asked some other people to pray along with me, the matter gradually settled and we bonded more and things are okay. I think we women, we have a lot to contribute in the family. If a home is really going to stand, our men sometimes they have a very huge ego that we cannot I don't know. I don't know the word to use. That we can't struggle with it. Let me use that word. We can't struggle with it, and I'm beginning to believe that that's the way God created them.
Will you say you pray more back home or you pray more here?
I pray more here when I face challenges that are beyond my control. Back home, I was still enjoying it. My brother,
maybe some people are not enjoying and praying more over there, and getting here they are enjoying and praying less. Could that be?
Well, in my own part, before I left, I thought I was praying more back home, because I still pray well when I was at home, but I thought I was praying more, I was praying enough. But when I came here and I faced challenges, and I know that it's only prayers that can sort me out. When they were threatening me with the COS they gave to me, and I was well placed, well positioned before I left my home country. And I have told them I'm not going to go back. I was scared. Is that's going to be a disgrace? Will I go back? That actually drew me more to pray more harder. And what I face is actually originated from my husband's some contributions in the time past was actually what pushed me into that trouble. But with the understanding of God and prayers, God was able to sort things out for me. And because I wasn't ready to actually get myself out of the marriage, so who is going to take care of my children? Then what becomes of them?
Thank you.
Understand?
Thank you.
No matter what.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So that's the little I could say. We just need more patience. We need more patience as a woman in the house. And I will plead to some men too. If any man will listen to this message, they should also be patient with us. Some of our actions it may not look like what they want at that time, but women are more, we are fast thinkers. We take some steps that it's only the results that actually makes our men to appreciate the fact that we took those steps. Ordinarily, it's a step that they may not want us to take, like it doesn't make sense to them. But at the end of the day, senses do come out of most of our steps. Until when men understand those things about some women, well, I don't think there may be peace. But if they could understand those things and give women, wings to fly, definitely there will be peace in the home.
Thank you very much. Omalema, are you home now?
Yes, please.
You said you can't. You said you can't tolerate. What do you mean? Start with that.
No. When mommy was saying something, he said there are some things that I now want. You want to use some words. They're not saying maybe that you can't tolerate.
Okay, go ahead. Take a mic. Your contribution.
Firstly, I want to digest the topic very well because I pick a little. But I just want to try to digest it very well. Maybe if you can just recapitulate the question, maybe
we are this platform is providing support advocacy for families, and is around child protection safeguarding that we are getting majority of our cases from. And through this, we have got to understand that also a lot of parents, partners using children as a weapon against each other. And like somebody has mentioned, you need to make efforts to get involved. You need to make effort for the person to give you chances. And not only that, you can do the mediation. But if it doesn't work, you need to go to court. But some have decided not to go to court because of the cost, because of the timing. But some still go to court when it's taking longer than necessary. They haven't got access to this kid. They are spending so much. So they gave up. But some said it's not even good to give up. But some said, would they wait until they died before they gave up or had mental issues? So we are not talking about the rate at which there is a parental alienation And the role of the UK government, if they go through the court system, how has been be fair to either of the party? If you have experience, it will be helpful. If you haven't, did you hear from anyone? It will be great. Or what do you think is causing this? Parental alienation or disputes, broken relationship. Like this family now, they've married for 11 years back home. We've got a case, they married for 23 years back home. Nothing happened or nothing capitalized on, or no allegations or accusation. But coming to UK within months, marriage even broken, not even separation. It broken, got destroyed. Like some said, those marriage matter have been broken back home. They just mend it. They just package it, come over here without unknowingly. So what can you say? Does that help? Does that help?
Yeah, according to that, because I overheard, if I can check them, like mommy Ebunlua said something towards that the marriage are broken within 8 months. That marriage has been broken long time ago. They are just looking for a nice atmosphere to implement the stuff. They are just looking for the right time. Because when it comes to, because man and woman, we have our ways of like carrying some kind of burden if we are facing it. The way a man will carry a kind of burden will be different from the ways a woman will carry that burden. But when we look at it psychologically, we notice that our women can put something inside of them until they have the privilege to act towards it. Why men might see something, they might shout instantly, or they might nag instantly, or react instantly. So that marriage that was broken within 8 months, that marriage has been broken internally long time ago, but they haven't like implement it. Because I see that most people use UK as an avenue for like a broken home. Let me use it that way. Because in most cases, I've had so many things. Even here in Ghana that we have. Ghana here is like a motherland. We might see a situation whereby, okay, let me now use a friend of mine as a point of reference. Because where I was staying before, when I came to this place, I stay at the church, me and a friend. So a friend came to the church also, him and the wife, because when the circumstances occur in Nigeria, they look for a nearest country to move to, which is Ghana, to like start all over again. So the husband and wife came to this place to start all over again. They were staying in the church together. The husband was a graduate, like I do. So me and the husband, we were like, okay, let's go out with our resort to get in search of work. So for us moving around to get in search of work, the requirement was so much that we can't be able to get it, like the work permit, resident permit, the Ghana card. The money to do such thing was even enough for you to like set up a business here. So we said, oh, we can't go by it. So fortunately for the wife is an hairdresser. So she quickly engaged herself into an hairdressing shop whereby she was earning, what's it called, a big money there. So she was the one financing the husband. And the husband was still waiting that, okay, if he could get a teaching job. So unfortunately for him, he couldn't get one. Likewise, me, myself, we tried. But the wife was the one, like, financing the husband. When the wife was financing the husband, through the husband, we get some things. So when we get the money, we also contribute for them to do something and to put food on the table. So to cut a long story short, when the wife was getting money, some kind of ego started implementing. To the extent that the wife called for divorce, that she's no longer interested anymore. They have a child there in Nigeria, and they did white wedding, traditional wedding, everything. To the extent that the husband was like, she was mentally unstable when this issue occurred. The church was like, they interfered. They called the Nigerian reporter that, oh, this is what is going on in the church. That they should. The wife said no, she can't engage in that marriage anymore, that she wants a divorce. So the divorce that she has been lobbying for, when they both get to Ghana, she just see that as an opportunity. And here in Ghana, you don't dare beat a woman, or maybe if a woman should go to the station, they will support the woman because here is a motherland. So anything the woman said, they will support. So she just see that one as an avenue. But when she first came, both of them, she was calm. When she now know everything about this place, that this place is a motherland, so she now use that avenue now to like do whatever she wants to do. So that's why I said that marriage wasn't destroyed here. The marriage was destroyed back then in Nigeria because she has that thing inside her that if she see any opportunity for her to just like move away, she will do it. So the area whereby the men, they put things inside them that they react instantly is different from the way women, they do it. So they just look for an avenue that they will use to just like make everything to just scatter. But one thing that we just look at is that, according to what the mommy said, that if you want to get married, you have to look for the, what's it called, the grassroots of that family very well. Because if something happened, that is when we will now started looking at the grassroots for every family that we went to get married to. What we should have done from the onset, that, oh, what kind of family is this? What are they doing in their family? The first child, when she got married, what happened? The second one, when she got married, what happened? Until such now happened to us, that was when we now started looking at the grassroots that, oh, the same thing happened to the other brother, and I didn't know, I should have not get myself engaged into this. But all this, not everything is like, maybe, although we have to put God in place, but as we are putting God in place, we have to make what? A research. As we are praying, we have to do what? Make a research. Even the Bible says, it says pray and watch. Not just you sitting down there and be praying. As you are praying, you should also be watching. That is what will make your prayer to go to the answer quickly.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have to look at the family background.
Thank you.
Just jump into that family and say you want to get married.
Thank you very much. Have you got something to say again? Do you want to round up 1 minute to round up, please?
I've said it all.
Thank you very much. Analysis. Have you got something to say? We want to round up. Honestly, we need to round up now. We've got few. Let's round up in the next 5 minutes. We want to say thank you very much to all of you that you have joined us. Please go to YouTube channel, Save the Woman, subscribe, follow us on all social media, TikTok, LinkedIn, formerly Twitter, called X now, Instagram. We are everywhere. And please share to your loved one, share to social workers, share to doctors, share to the judge, share to the guardians, any professional you know, share this page to them. And also, can I say something alongside what my brother said? Estilo, yes, say something. Please post it in all diaspora group. Yeah, take a mic.
Okay, all right, sir. So I just want to quickly say this in line with what he just said. Is in regards what usually cause once we move abroad and things becomes unbearable anymore. I think back home it's a bit hard for women to take decision, even especially when they are facing a lot of challenges with their spouses. I do have a friend that she's been enduring so many things. She's very hardworking. She's one working and helping the family, but you will hardly know. She bought the car. She bought 2 cars. The husband, she gave one to the husband, and she was using one. The day they have an issue, the husband is going to reject the car. He will not touch any of the car in the house. And when they are going to church, he will be walking barefoot while the wife is driving off and all those. And they live in an estate where everybody, like, where everybody will see them. So all those disgrace and everything, even from church, the husband will be asking church members to give him a lift while the wife came to the church with the car. So all those things has been happening, and by the time they moved to UK, and she was so scared of what will church people say if she says she doesn't want to continue with the marriage, what will the family says, what will other. But when she got to UK, whereby even in the church, if you don't want to greet anybody, you don't want to greet, so nobody will disturb you. She understands the culture. She's more empowered. She realized that okay, if she take a decision here, nobody is going to blame her for it. Unlike back home in Nigeria, that in most times women are always at fault. That fear was actually what usually make most marriages to like keep enduring from home. But once they get to the UK and they see that they support, they understand what is going on, and the man is not ready to change. There's even a family I'm trying to encourage recently that because I have the opportunity to relate with the wife, so I was trying to encourage the wife to please don't allow that home to scatter because of all the things. They cannot do things together, they cannot agree, they cannot save together for the family. They cannot put, if the wife is or the husband is trying to put the personal things that they want to achieve, like maybe personal development, the husband will say no, that's going to tell more on their family finances. Then what's the essence? I'm just saying this so that we realize
exactly
some of the things that causes all those things, and if we can have a better understanding of how to handle those matters. In most cases, we cannot always be right.
We will do one topic very soon.
Okay, sir.
Can someone forgive someone genuinely?
Yes.
We will talk about we will talk about that, because if someone can really forgive someone genuinely, probably before they migrated, they need to seek forgiveness from each other.
Yes, and sort issues out before they come here, so that it's not going to become escalated.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please don't forget to follow, don't forget to like, don't forget to share. Post this video, let it go viral. Share with professionals, share with relevant key stakeholders, share with families. If you know any woman that is afraid of speaking out, share with them. If you know any woman, any man that is afraid of speaking out, share with them. Anyone coming with children to diaspora, share with them. We love you all. We are here for you. And to all professionals, we are solidly behind you. To all parents, we are solidly behind you. We are breaking the barrier, bridging the bridges, and working together to make sure it improve and give positive outcome for the children and for the benefit of the family and the community as a whole. Love you so much. Those of you that you have been sending the missed calls, messages, I will get back to you definitely. If I cannot reach out to you tonight, I will talk to you tomorrow morning. You are all dear to me. I appreciate you. We say thank you. The community one on Zoom, Papa, thank you so much for sharing your experience. And those that have contributed, we say thank you for sharing your experience, your expertise. We really appreciate you. Mommy Shikeze, have you got 1 minute to just say something to round up before we go? Shikeze, she's up. Are you there, Mama? Probably she's busy at the moment. Immigrants, have you got 1 minute to say something? Precious, do you want to say something before you come up? Sorry, we did.
Yes, I just want to. Yeah, it's been a wonderful discussion, even though I joined a bit late, but I really want to say thank you to everyone that's contributed, especially Jadgan. She gave us a really professional perspective of this. I think one thing we will always find with such topic is, as people from ethnic minority, we always come from a place of what led to it. How did we get to where we are?
before we start talking about how we got separated, how people got divorced, what are the causes. And I think it's so interesting to see all of this perspective tonight, both professionally and the contributions of foundations and what family means to all of us and how we can better and put our families together as immigrants in the UK and people from ethnic minorities. I think it's really important that we also respect people's experiences when it comes to conversations like this. People will have different experiences. Someone came up and said, how does it work like that? How we all have different experiences, and the space like always a where we can, share our own experiences, hear from others, and I think it's been an all-round discussion from both professionals and non-professionals, personal experiences and all that. And I pray that God just help us. Even those of us that are still in marriage, there are very little things to do, even not being separated, to that we weaponize our children against one another. And those are the very little things. And he built up over time. He built up. So, it's about being one. Let's have a voice of one as a family, and let's continue to, do things. I love what one of the things that Gan said about, being civil. Even even not being separated, just being together. There are some things that we should, respect each other and do things as one, not weaponize our children. Parental alienation might not just be for people that are separated only, even in families that are not separated. Lots of things are happening, and these are real stories. I just pray that God will continue to see us through, and at the end we will all rejoice and have things turn around for us. And those that are actually going through these experiences, that seek help as much as you can. See, the woman is here. The courses that they are doing, this is something that will really help us to save both our marriages, our children, and to deal with those root causes. Like someone said, parenting is a skill. And there's a lot to take away from this night. If you're just joining, there's a lot, that has been said. I joined late as well, but I picked one or two things. And it's always a pleasure to come up here, sir. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mama. We normally have blessing NHS to pray just 1 minute short prayer for restoration of peace, healing of souls. If you don't mind, please, we would love to have 1 minute prayer from any volunteer. 1 minute prayer. We don't want long, we don't want no, we just want a word of peace into homes, into family stability. And yeah, any volunteer, please.
Shall we pray?
Yes, please, sir.
Father, in the name of Jesus, mighty God, we want to thank you. We appreciate you for this platform. Thank you, Father, for this initiative. Lord, we ask for your strength concerning this platform in Jesus' name. We pray for every home that is going through turbulence, every home that is sick at the moment. We command your peace upon such homes in the name of Jesus. Amen. We pray for the heart of flesh instead of the heart of stone for warring couples in the name of Jesus. Amen. We command that there will be peace in all our dwellings in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you, righteous Father. Thank you. Jesus' wonderful name we pray.
Amen. 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 Thank you once again, everybody. We love you all. Please don't forget to stop by next time. Don't forget to share with your loved ones. Can get back on YouTube to watch it all over again, to pick a lesson from it, or you can give it as a gift for someone by sharing that video today with your loved one. It's a gift. You don't know, someone is waiting for those inspiring words, those expertise. Thank you. We love you. Bye for now, everybody. I'm going to end the live on YouTube first. You want to say something?